We are so back. When I did that first video about Jasper, I didn't expect a response so quick. And, you know, the second video was about that response, but it happened like literally within days of that video going up. Whereas with this, I thought it's not going to happen for quite a while. I was expecting months because it's just so long and there's so much in it. But I thought by the time it does happen, people will have had enough time to be able to sort of like go through it all and understand the bits that they needed at that time. So if in, you know, a couple of months he mentions, oh, my back, I used to have a back injury that was so bad I could have lost bowel control, people would have been able to go, well, hang on a minute, we know that that's not how it works, and we can call you out on this lie because, you know, we've had the time to have this video and go through it all and find the bits we need. I wasn't expecting this, which I've got a lot of messages about, but I'm going to go into the majority of it blind. So I sort of want to see, you know, like morbid curiosity is compelling me. And, you know, it's like a follow-up in it. It's either this or a director's cut. And I think that this is the best way. So like for my own sanity, although it's pretty easy because all I'd have to do is just open the previous editing files and, you know, the timeline's all there. I can just add this bit onto the end and... No, because then it would be like more than a day of rendering. No, this is its own thing, right? Anyway, need to get on with this. The neck took up most of 2022 in the videos that I looked at, so I'm anticipating a lot of the same things here. I'm expecting, you know, sharp and or shooting nerve pain. Maybe like a description of like not feeling... you know, the numbness, basically. But obviously it's going to be in his arm, so he might be like, oh, I can't feel, you know, the tips of my fingers, or I can't feel my thumb, or something like that. I'm anticipating something like that based on how 2022 went. And obviously, if you've watched the back video, if you've watched that bit about 2022, you'll know that these descriptions of pain are indicative of Phil lying, because he doesn't have experience of pain enough to be able to elaborate in a way that's more understandable than sharp and or shooting nerve pain, which is probably what the doctor asked him. Is it stabbing or shooting? And he goes, shooting. He makes note of that for future use. Anyway, let's go.
Let's talk about my neck. As you guys know, it was about 1 week ago when I told you guys, man, I was sleeping and I guess I must have wrenched my neck in my sleep and did something to really hurt it. And I told you the story about how over like 12, 13 years ago, one day I'm in the doorway of my bathroom back when I lived in the condo in Connecticut. And I just twist my head the wrong way. And I get incredibly bad shooting pain going all the way down my neck, through my shoulder, all the way down the back of my arm, into the forearm, into my thumb. And I lost feeling in my thumb.
Well, that's a complete bingo card, isn't it? We've all done that at some point. Surely. Most of us have been like, you know, oh, we'll turn a bit fast, and then you'll feel something there. And you're like, oh, fuck, that hurt. And it'll, you know, radiate down your arm, and it might feel tingly in your fingers for a bit. And it'd be like you've just nudged or aggravated or pinched or slightly, you know, just interfered with a nerve briefly as you've moved, and as a muscle has moved a certain way, or as it's happened too quickly for the nerve or the muscle to be moved out of the way. It's just one of those things, and yet... just like with carrying your books all day at school, or a car crash that you had when you were in your late teens could be a contributing factor towards later back issues. We're doing this here 12 or 15 years ago, somewhere like that. Something, you know, back in Connecticut, he hurt his neck once and felt it shoot down his arm. And so from now on, anytime it happens again, any problems with the neck, oh yeah, I've got a history of it. Which is like that, the medical exceptionalism we briefly discussed on that episode of TPS.
This is the best one, lactate. Come on, man.
Well, he's half lactose intolerant. Don't forget that, guys. Just like Amberlynn Reed, by the way, which is not a coincidence, right? Now, Steve, what is that? What is that for narcissists to do? To have, like, to try to be unique or something? Like, there has to be coincidence there. Two of the biggest narcissists on the earth, and they both say they're not full lactose intolerant, but partially, right?
You know, it makes you special, doesn't it? If you're a bit exceptional if you've got like a dietary requirement, like, you know, you might have like Crohn's disease, or you might be lactose intolerant. You know, you might have something that's like, oh, I have to have a special diet. You know, and it's a thing that I have to endure. It's like it's a medical condition. It's something that I have to suffer through. You know, it ticks that box as well. It's like, yeah, you should feel bad for me because obviously you recognize that it has an impact on my life and what I can do. So you should be feeling bad. It's a great way to manipulate for sympathy as well. In that respect, you could.
It's definitely, you know how some people are. They always got to talk about everything that's fucking wrong with them. You know, I'm not saying real issues, but I mean, every day
look at like how many.
Know.
Like there's like the eczema comes from his mum, I think, or his dad. The bad skin, the hairline, that's family as well. The gout is his family. The lactose intolerance is probably his family. The addiction, the history of addictive personality and addictive disorders, that's also from his family. Everything that's like wrong with him, carpal tunnel, he'll be blaming that on his fucking family next. The back injury, the discs. My mum and dad both have multiple herniated discs. That's why you can only manage to go out fishing once a week. All that sort of stuff, you know. It's always someone else's, therefore it's not my responsibility. It's nothing I've done. I'm not culpable for it. But you should feel bad for me because these things suck and I have to deal with them.
And I literally could not feel my thumb for 2 months. It was that bad. 2 months of numbness, pain, and nerve problems.
And you didn't go to a doctor. Why? Can anybody answer me that? If I'd lost feeling in my thumb for 2 months, I'd be on the phone to the doctor. I'd be like, something's gone on here. Can't feel my thumb. Can you please have a look at it? What have I done? What's happened? How do I fix it? That's what you do. You go to a doctor. Fuck me.
Now, this is because basically I have, a chronic condition with my spine.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have a chronic condition with your spine. Your back was healed before you moved to Washington. Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? I've got a fucking chronic condition with my spine, Philip. You haven't.
That's getting worse as I get older. There's nothing I can really do about it.
Number one, if it's getting worse as you're getting older, it's not because you're older that it's getting worse. It's because you've been negligent and lazy and slobby and you've put on weight and you've not done exercise and all these other factors. Number two, there is something you could do. You can address those other factors, like eating better and doing more exercise and going to the fucking doctors. There are things that you can do. This is your responsibility. It is your body. It doesn't matter if other people in your family have it. You have it in your body. When they have it in their body, that's their responsibility. When you have it in yours, it's your responsibility. You have to manage it. You have to address it. You have to treat it. You have to go to a fucking doctor, watch what you eat, do more exercise, be conscious of stuff like where you are sitting and for how long. All sorts of stuff that you have failed to do. I clearly didn't get enough catharsis out of the 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds worth of ranting that I did. So, I don't know why. I think it might be something to do with the fact that the cold feeling is getting further up my leg over the last few weeks. And I've not heard back from the specialist about the scans that I had last year in late October. So, I think I might end up going a bit harder than I should on this. So, strap in.
It's hereditary. My dad also has it.
Okay, we're calling a time out there. It's not hereditary, Phil. It's not. Most herniated discs are not hereditary. Most herniated discs do not herniate because of hereditary factors. They herniate because of something that person has done in their life. They may have bent the wrong way. They may have turned the wrong way. They may have been involved in an accident that's involved an impact. It doesn't matter. The point is that it's not a hereditary thing. There is a hereditary basis for a disc condition where discs do not develop properly and are more prone to rupturing, but that is also something that manifests in multiple herniated discs at multiple locations throughout the spine, and is something that is also detected by the quality and condition of the discs in between the herniated ones. So if you're C4, C5 herniated, they'd look at your C2, C3, C3, C4, C3, C4, C5, C6, C6. They would look at the other discs as well, and if those were all badly formed, if those were all looking like structurally unsafe and unstable, even if they were more prone to herniating or rupturing, that's something that has not happened to you. You have not had multiple back issues at multiple areas of the spine because your discs have not developed properly. You have had one back injury. Which I don't think I made this clear in the video as well. I'm not even entirely sure that it was a herniated disc. It could be that the doctor asked him these questions to rule out the possibility of a herniated disc. And he's just taken it and run with it. All I know is that he had a back injury, not a herniated disc. I don't know if his disc herniated. I just know that he had a back injury back in 2008. And again, I was initially like going with 2007 just because of the amount of times he said it, but because it's mentioned in early 2009, that's the bit that fits. So, yeah. This is bollocks. This is bullshit. He doesn't have a bad back because his dad has had a bad back. His dad is likely to have had a bad back because of something he's done. It won't be because there's a genetic link between the two and the two of them have a propensity towards herniating discs. This is just not how it works at all. I barely even started yet. Like, I'm already mad.
And he's much older than me.
Oh, yeah. My dad had it as well. He's much older than me. Thanks for clarifying. I assumed your dad was at least 16 years older than you. Probably more. But I'm glad you clarified that your dad is older than you. Thanks for that, Phil.
And he's getting tons of problems now in his old age. And it sucks because it means that's what I'm in store for.
Once again, time out. No, you're not. No, you're not. And if you are, why aren't you taking preventative measures right now? Why aren't you doing something about it before it happens? Why aren't you treating the issue before it gets to the point where your life is legitimately in danger? You don't just throw your hands up and go, this is what I've got in store. Just no. 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 This is not your future. This is not your destiny. You have no experience here anyway, and this is not something that you can claim is going to happen to you, because there's no chance that it is. If there's any chance that you have back injuries now, it's because you're likely to be lazy. You have poor posture and poor support for your back in the chairs that you sit in around the house. So, no, this is also bullshit.
So a week ago, I did something in my sleep. I wake up and I've got again this shooting nerve pain.
Shooting nerve pain.
I always had shooting nerve pain, okay?
Once again, just like in 2022, it's something that happened in his sleep. It's not something that he did consciously, so he can't be held responsible for it. You can't say, oh, well, it's because you leaned forward to open your PC, which, Editor Steve, if you want to, feel free. But also, the fact that it keeps happening in your sleep suggests it's the position that you're sleeping in. And I think that this is something that could be alleviated by actually going to bed properly instead of just passing out drunk whenever.
Now, the good news is, I didn't do it so badly that my forearm and thumb are affected. They're not. My actual hands and, my arms are okay.
That's good, because you know what? If you had a very high disc injury in your neck, they wouldn't be. You wouldn't be able to move them. And you would still have that risk of losing bowel control because you wouldn't be able to regulate when your body was going. Because all the stuff you worried about losing control of when you were told about your lower back injury is also still there when you have an upper one. It doesn't just go like, here's the bits that control your arms, and then down here's the bits that control your legs. And so if you hit up here, you just lose your arms, but you can still walk. Does he think that? Has he ever seen a paralyzed person? Has he ever seen someone who can walk but can't move their arms? How does he think this works? Because that's the only way that's the only conclusion I've been able to come to, looking at what he said.
Even if this is worst case scenario, and actually I am having disc issues again in my back, at least it's the upper back. And the reason I say that is, at least it won't be like I can't move my legs, I can't use the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the worst. That was like the worst possible place for me to have a back issue. And thank God it's not that again.
I can't get over that. I can't get over that either. Still not fully processed that.
But I just got this ongoing shooting pain, a tightness, and just discomfort in my shoulder and neck.
That's your posture, Philip.
That isn't going away. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's way worse, and it all depends on what's going on.
Seriously, that's your posture, Philip.
Over the course of this last week, I tried mitigating it. I tried doing things.
Sorry. He tried mitigating it. What did you do? I want to know how he treated it. What did he do? Did he just sort of like, you know? And then the moment money rolls in, he's like, yeah, this is fucking great. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, woo. Moving around like that. He doesn't do anything. He waits for it to go away. Been over that.
This really pisses me off because, yeah, I was thinking about maybe doing something like that, changing my lifestyle up and maybe doing some lifting and stuff. I can't do that now. I got to wait now. I got to wait for my back to try to get back into a position where it feels normal again, and it doesn't. It's been out of whack almost all week now, and continuing on, it's not feeling any better. You know, this sucks. I'm hoping that, number one, I don't further aggravate my back today and over the next several days, and number two, that it goes away over the next several days. Last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week.
That's how he treats everything. I'll just wait. I don't want to do anything, so I'll just wait.
Nothing was working. Okay. In fact, I felt like in my after the marathon on Friday, I went to sleep, and when I woke up on Saturday morning, my day off, it was the worst it's been all week.
That's because you were hammered after the marathon, and you probably drank again after the marathon had finished and you were off stream, and once again passed out drunk in an uncomfortable position. I did it once at hospital, right? It was really, I think it was like the third day. I'd fallen asleep, and somehow I had my arm sleeping on this side, and I had my arm over my head like that, like fully behind it. And I woke up and I couldn't move it. It had gone completely numb. And I remember having to like lift up this arm and then pull it over and then it just went on my leg and on my side here, and it really fucking hurt. Because he was just dead weight. You know, it's a couple of pounds in your arm. It was dead weight, and it just really fucking murdered. And it took ages to get like motion back in my arm and feeling back in my arm. It was fucking awful. But that's my point. It was how I'd slept, and I think it's going on here as well. He's falling asleep in an uncomfortable position because he's just passing out drunk. He's dozing off while he's lying there in an awkward and uncomfortable position. And then he's waking up a couple of hours later going, ooh, fuck, I feel a bit stiff and that's sore. Go to bed at a proper time, Philip, and don't fall asleep drunk.
It was incredible nerve pain all day long, ongoing, and I just basically had to phase it out. I'm a little lucky in this regard. Why? Because I used to have a debilitating back injury between my L4, L5 vertebrae. I had a severely herniated disc in my 20s.
Do you remember when in your 20s? Because I put it at about 26, because that's how old you were in 2008, late 2008. Also, yeah, there's a lot there. Debilitating? No. I've seen you play Just Dance. Severely? Again, no. I've seen you play Just Dance. And also, the doctor would not have let you go, oh, I'll just make some lifestyle adjustments. I'll just make changes to my life over the next few years if it was so severely herniated, Philip, because it would put your life at risk. Because you might do something that does herniate it, blocks nerve signals going into your bowels that tell them to empty waste. And so they don't get those signals from the brain, they fill up, they rupture, you get sepsis, and you fucking die. So it wasn't severe either.
and it was incredible pain and numbness.
Incredible pain and numbness. Was it shooting nerve pain, Phil?
I always had shooting nerve pain, okay?
Is that what you're getting at here? Where did you feel the numbness as well? Wasn't that in both your legs? Even though that's incredibly unlikely, given how discs rupture and how the nerves going into your legs are branching away from the spine at that location. This is what that video was for. To show you all, look, this is bullshit. This is why it's bullshit. Having numbness in both his legs is not medically possible at that point. A doctor would not have let him go. Doing only minor lifestyle changes, including carrying you shopping less. If the disc was so herniated that he couldn't feel his legs. They would have wanted a more immediate, more surgical intervention at that point. The doctors would not have let him go. Well, I suppose in America they can't, and he could say, look, I can't pay, so fuck it, and, you know, I get that. But again, he was not in that position. He had a support network. He was still in the same state as his family. He's probably still in the same area. I don't think he moved that far out from his mum and dad. So he still could have had the support needed to get that treatment. And he didn't. Because it was never an option for him. Because his injury wasn't that bad.
For about, if I think about the time period, it was probably from my late 20s, so probably around the time that I was like 25, 26, all the way through, probably until like maybe 7-8 years ago.
So how long?
So this was ongoing for, the greater part of a decade.
It happened in 2008. By 2010, he's dancing like this in Just Dance. And he's saying it was until 2018. The greater part of a decade, 2018. 2018. In 2014, he is saying my back is better. He is saying moving cured my back. Even though his back was better before he moved.
My back, as of late, has felt great. This is good news, by the way. My back, as of late, I'm talking like the past 6 months or so, has given me almost no pain whatsoever. I hardly ever get numbness anymore in my legs.
The greater part of a decade. I have been dealing with this for a decade. Next month, March the fucking 1st, what is it now? Less than 3 weeks. Less than 3 weeks away from this recording, I will have been dealing with this for a decade. You do not get to claim that, Phil. You have done nothing like what I've done.
So I was used to that level of pain.
No, you're not. No, you are fucking not. I guarantee you. You do not get used to this pain. You have to keep taking the painkillers. That's what you get used to. This pain, there is no getting used to it. It is debilitating. It is crippling. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Pain like this is crippling. You do not get used to it. Especially not by having a drink at night. Roll the clip.
For those of you who don't know, I have a back injury, and at night it can be hard to sleep because of that. So what I do, maybe every once in a while I have a drink or two, and it actually loosens up my back muscles. So I do self-medicate. When I do have some pain in my back, I have a drink or two to numb it a little bit.
I'm used to having ongoing shooting nerve pain, and I've just learned to phase it out.
No, you're not. No, you don't. No, you haven't. You felt nothing in terms of pain. You don't know what pain is. Let me tell you about nerve pain, Philip. It starts in your foot. And you know the sensation of pins and needles, which you've never claimed to have. You've never, the most common sign of neuropathic damage, and you've never said once that your back caused you to feel pins and needles. it's not just walking on pins and needles. They're syringes. They're hypodermic needles, and they go through. They go through your foot. You don't just feel it on the base of your foot. You feel it all the way through. And then it moves up your leg. And the way it moves up your leg is by feeling like somebody is threading wire through your nerves. It feels like it is crawling up your leg by scraping the insides of your nerves. And then as it rounds your leg, it goes past your knee and locks you in place. And no matter how hard you strain, you can't move it. And as the wires are being pushed further up your legs, they get to your buttocks. And then it feels like you've been stabbed with a chef's knife. You know, one of them really long blades that's like extended at one end and then curves upwards into a point. It's like one of them. And it's been left in. You've not just been stabbed with it. You don't feel the wound of it. You can still feel it in there. It feels like that, piercing your buttocks, dug deep in and left. And then it moves across your back. And as it does, this is where it flares up into feeling like lava. It feels like fire is spreading across your back. You can feel hot, liquid magma being pumped through your veins and between the muscles as it moves across your back. And then, because of how the nerves are splintering off down your legs, you can feel it in your genitals. And it feels like all the striations in the muscles that make up your penis have been lined with glass. Really long, thin, jagged glass. And all of this is something that you have never experienced because you've never once mentioned it and you have never had to endure it. I'm so mad right now. This is just... He has no experience here at all. None. He has never felt pain like this. He has never felt pain in the same way that people who have had severely herniated discs or ruptured discs or back problems or spine problems or nerve problems have spoken about their pain. People who've had the injury that he's had, as bad as he wants you to believe it was for him, do not speak about pain like he does. They speak about different pain. And that's how you know the medical evidence is against him. There are so many ways to determine, like, what pain somebody with this injury will be, expected to feel, depending on the severity of the injury. Because there's a vast number of people out there who've had it and been able to go to their doctors, this is what it fucking feels like. And let me tell you, it is murder. Let me tell you, it's agony. Let me tell you, it's crippling. Let me tell you, you are not fucking phasing this pain out.
So right now, I might be like, oh my God, I can't work. I can't do anything. But I'm actually used to it. And I know that's sad, but I'm just desensitized to this kind of pain because I've had it for so long. So it's just not that big of a deal for me.
It's not that big of a deal for you because it's minor pain and that's why you're able to phase it out. You don't even take fucking painkillers. And you're like, yeah, no, I can just ignore it. That is fucking nothing. It's nothing. There is barely any pain. There are the regular aches and pains that you might expect a 42-year-old man with poor diet and low exercise to feel at this point in his life. There is nothing more than this because there is no fucking way that you can deal with this pain by just toughing it out and ignoring it. Just none. Let me tell you, the day that mine happened, March 1st, 2015, I remember taking that first step downstairs and feeling that initial twinge that felt like, ooh, something feels odd there. And within hours, I was on the floor. I could not get up off the floor. I could not move. I was fucking debilitated by this pain. I was crippled by it. I was almost literally paralyzed by it. More so than him. I have risked more than him. I have been at risk of worse than him.
I always had shooting nerve pain, okay? It got to the point where my legs were numb. That's how bad my back was. That's really bad. When you get numbness in your limbs, you're in trouble, okay? It means that you are on the precipice of being paralyzed. One step away. But I never took painkillers. Never.
And to hear him say, oh yeah, no, I could put it out of my mind, I just ignore it. It's kind of sad that I'm desensitized. No, Phil, it's sad that I've had to take 20 tablets a day for the last fucking 8 years at least. You drinking at night to loosen up your shoulders, you can fuck right off, mate.
I just try not to think about it. And quite honestly, if I keep myself busy with stuff, I don't even think about it and it doesn't really affect me.
That right there is how you know it's nothing. That right there is how you know there's no pain. There's nothing. Nothing serious. Nothing that would require like actual treatment or intervention. This is fucking nothing. This is just one of the regular aches and pains you would get throughout life when you're lazy and your diet is poor and you don't exercise. Pain from injuries as bad as he wants you to believe he's having is unignorable. You can't put it out of your mind. You have to medicate it. You have to deal with the fuzziness and the drowsiness and the sluggishness of being on painkillers because there's no other way to deal with the pain. If you didn't take the painkillers, the pain would be what stopped you. It would stop you being able to do things. At least once you're able to fight through the fuzz, you can actually get on with stuff. You can't just get on with stuff and put the pain out of your mind. There's no way it's anywhere near as bad as he wants you to think it is. None.
Okay? But the problem has been that there's things that I've wanted to do this week. For example, I want to play Call of Duty on mouse and keyboard. And mouse and keyboard means I got to have my hands and arms up to play. And that's going to put stress on my shoulder and neck muscles.
Are you fucking real? Are you kidding me? Are you actually fucking kidding me? I can't. Lower your desk. Move your desk. Your desk's on fucking wheels. Move it. Move your chair's on fucking wheels. Change the position you're in. Are you seriously? Is this real? This is not real. He cannot be this. I've set it up like this. This is the only way I can deal with it. This is the only way I can do this now. I've set it up. I've got my mouse over here. I've got my keyboard here. And I'm sitting here. And it will be this way forever. No matter the cost to my posture, to my neck, to my back, to the discs in my spine. This is how I'm doing it. You cannot be real. You just, I mean, it's fucking insane. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's absolutely idiotic. It is the brain deadest thing you could possibly think of. Like, guys, I've got this really bad pain in my neck. This pain that I'm trying to tie to serious pain that I've claimed to have in the past. I'm trying to say like it's on that level. And it's, you know, I want to do this thing. I want to play Call of Duty, but this pain, I might not be able to handle mouse and keyboard, lads. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through with this because I'm just really trying, and there's nothing anyone can do. We just banned this idiot who's saying I can move my chair and my desk and, you know, change the posture that I'm sat in. Asshole. You think you know better than someone who's had back problems for 20 years.
And I don't know if I want to do that with my back hurting me so much. You know, it's a risk. What if I end up hurting it worse? I don't know what's going to happen.
Change the settings. Change your chair. Move your desk. Just remembered. Is it plugged in? Shit, no, it's not plugged in, is it? I'm plugging it in. No, actually, no, I better not. I don't want to knock this off. But yeah, my desk rises, Phil. Hi everybody, I've just finished a That Being Said stream, and one of the clips that took me by surprise was Phil complaining that his desk doesn't have hydraulics. Now, unlike Philip, I happen to have a legitimate back injury, and one of the consequences of that has been that I have needed several aids and adaptations around my house to help me carry on doing the things that I normally do. And one of them happens to be a little button down here, which means that my desk does actually have hydraulics. Once again, just like with the shower stool, and just like with the pillows, you need to get on my level.
But what sucks is Call of Duty's been a great part of the rotation. You guys have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. Ever since I started playing on mouse and keyboard about a month ago, it's been great. Like, I'm doing better and better. And now I've gotten good with all kinds of different weapons that previously I hadn't used. You know, now we're using an Uzi and powering it up. After that, I think I want to try sniping. So I don't want to have now a game get completely removed from rotation because of this stupid injury that I have.
Neck's so bad, I'm going to have to drop Call of Duty. Fuck me. Like, actually hurt my back. Oh my god. What do you even say? What do you even say to that? I don't know.
So basically, what I did, I had to do something. Okay, I had to do something. I couldn't just keep ignoring it and hoping it was going to get better or go away.
Why not? You've done that before. That's normally how you deal with it. It's how you dealt with it in 2022.
I gotta wait now. I gotta wait for my back to try to get back into a position where it feels normal again, and it doesn't. It's been out of whack almost all week now, and continuing on, it's not feeling any better. I'm hoping that, number one, I don't further aggravate my back today and over the next several days, and number two, that it goes away over the next several days. Last time when this happened earlier in the year, it lasted about a week, and after about a week, it completely cleared up.
What's different this time?
So I ordered a specialty pillow. All right, this pillow is designed specifically for people who have neck, back, and shoulder issues. It has multiple positions that you can use to sleep on it to give you support that you need so that when you're sleeping, you stay in place and don't move so much.
That's assuming that you fall asleep in a position that you're supposed to be sleeping in the first place.
So that you can get the proper support and you don't end up wrenching yourself in your sleep. Okay? So, here it is. Thought I wasn't going to have show and tell. You're out of your mind.
It's cool to see the difference between when he does show and tell, i.e. here's this new thing I bought, and when I did show and tell in that video about his back, where it was like, here's the tablets I take on a daily basis, and here's the information I was given regarding, rehabilitation and your back injury and recovering from back surgery. I just found that interesting, that's all.
This is the special, I think it's called osteo pillow. So it's for, I forget the scientific word. It's osteo something.
Ortho. Not osteo. Osteo means bones. It's ortho. Orthopedic. Yeah, so it turns out that it's just the brand name of the pillow and not a medical descriptor for it or anything. So, yeah. Like Ski Sonic said.
I'm sorry, I rescind those last comments.
Okay. Osteopathy, osteo something. It has to do with your neck and spine. Okay? So this is the thing. It's a big beast of a pillow.
So I knew about the pillow. People had told me about the pillow. I'd seen the pillow. I knew. Yeah, it's not a big beast of a pillow, though. I didn't know we'd called it that. This is a big beast of a pillow, Philip.
It's made of memory foam, but it's also a breathable material. And it has two positions, essentially. If you're a side sleeper, okay, you put your head here sideways like this, okay, and you keep your shoulder into this crevice here. And basically, this gives you support in your sleep so you don't move around and you don't move your head or neck.
We're pig-splaining pillows. And also, it wouldn't stop you from moving around. Like, you've got the rest of your body to move. That can still move. That's enough to make you rotate your head. He's really a fucking idiot. It would give you support for certain positions. Yeah, sure. It's not going to stop you moving, though.
Now, let me tell you. I had tried to sleep on my normal pillow in that position the night before, and I had excruciating pain. Last night, I slept in that very position on this pillow, and I had zero pain, and I stayed completely still in my entire night of sleep. I never wanted to move. It was comfortable as heck. Okay?
I'll bet the night before he passed out drunk. And then last night, because he's got this brand new toy that he needs to try while he's in bed, he went to bed properly. Put the pillow down and give it a go. He didn't just pass out drunk wherever. It won't be long before we're back to passing out drunk wherever and not using this.
So for me, that was perfect. Now, there's also flipping it gives you a special back support area. So if you're someone who sleeps on your back, you put your head there, just like this. And now you have perfect shoulder and back support. And again, when you're there comfortable just laying like that, this is the natural position your neck's supposed to be in, and you have no desire to move around. You just stay comfy on the pillow like that.
Once again, this guy is not somebody who should be telling people what the natural position of the neck should be.
So this is a really good pillow, but I got to get used to sleeping on it. I've only slept on it once so far, and I really liked the experience. And I can tell you, at the very least, I didn't hurt my neck further. You know, I didn't move and toss and twist in my sleep and wake up in a weird position and end up in even more pain. So that's a great thing. Now, how am I feeling today? Not great. I still got it. And if I move the wrong way, I still get to shoot it. I cannot, once again, I still can't lean my head this way.
Right. He is literally turning that way where I've paused this now. He's literally turning to face the way he's saying he can't face now. He's also moved very well throughout this podcast, including getting up to get the pillow and show you it as he's lifting it behind his head and moving about. He's done that very well. But part of me wants to take him at face value to say, if it's that bad, why aren't you at the doctors? Why aren't you seeing the doctors? Something that stops your head from moving, some pain in your neck that's so bad that you can't look to your right. And you've bought a pillow instead of going to the doctors. And if you're somebody who wants to be like, oh yeah, he's a really bad back injury, yeah, it was me R4, R5 vertebrae down at the bottom of my spine, really fucking bad, nearly lost control of my bowels, well, shouldn't you be aware of what it's like to have a disc injury here and the risk that you're putting yourself in then? Why are you not at a doctor's? The real answer is, A, I got to buy something new, and B, it's not that bad. It's really not.
I could turn it this way.
he just could turn it this way.
I can lean it kind of forward and back. If I do too far forward, there it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. That's the first time he's flinched in pain. Like, in years. Especially when talking about his back. That's like when he's like, you know, my mum used to smoke, so I've got weak lungs, and if it's cold outside, I get really weak lungs and I struggle to breathe. So, you know, yeah, my lungs are bad.
Because I actually have weak lungs because my mother was a chain smoker. She still is a chain smoker. And I grew up in a house where it was constantly full of cigarette smoke. She smoked when she was pregnant, and I have very weak lungs. So
that's that right there. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
There's the pain right there. If I lean it too far back, there it is. There's the pain. There, right there.
Yeah. See, yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is again. Oh, you can only lean like this and lean it like this. Yeah. Bollocks.
So I could go like a little bit of limited movement up and down to nod, and I could do some twisting, but I cannot lean my head to the right at all. If I do, it pinches the nerve.
Yeah, so I'm quite happy putting that nerve at risk of being pinched and then blocking signals from the brain that tell the rest of my body how to move. Perfectly fine with that. I'll just buy a pillow. That'll deal with it.
So it might take a long time. Like I said, it took me 2 months to recover from that serious neck pain that I had, 12 years ago. I very well might be in that situation again. I hope not.
And again, right, this is the annoying thing, because if he's like, even if you want to take him at face value and, okay, yeah, you've had like a really bad injury and you lost, feeling in your thumb for 2 months and all that. Why are you in that situation again? Why have you not taken like big steps to avoid that? Like, if this heals for me and I get, the feeling back in my leg and my leg's back to normal and my back's healed and everything's fine, I'm going to be fucking aware of things that can hurt my back again. And I'm going to try to avoid them. Why have you not? Especially if you want to be like, yeah, I've got a family history of this, genetic legacy of my mum and my dad and their fucked up backs. This is the future for me. Why aren't you taking steps to prevent it? Why have you ended up here again? Why do you only do things when you have to? Why don't you get your cat blood work before he's so ill that he requires proper treatment? Do you know why? Narcissists hate planning for the future. They have poor planning skills, and they're very, very bad at delaying gratification as well, as we'd seen with Phil. Phil would fail the marshmallow test because he cannot delay gratification for later on. Even if it's more gratification later on, he would rather have the immediate now. Tips are preferred because he gets them immediately. They're the liquidity of his business. The other stuff, super chats and subs and whatnot, he has to wait for. I mean, they're all counted in the goal now, but throughout most of Phil's history, the tips have been the preferred thing because he gets them immediately, so he can spend them immediately. And it's here again. I cannot invest now for dividends that will pay off in future because that expenditure is a waste. Because I'm not going to see the returns of it immediately. I'm going to see it in the future when I'm healthy, Back here again. I remember the bit in my back video where he's like, I don't ever want to be there again. And it's like, you literally moved across the country rather than just doing the exercises the physio gave you and going to physio for longer than a month/4 months. Because those are effort for something that pays off later. And he doesn't want to expend that effort if he's not going to get the payment back immediately or as close to immediately as possible. The effort put in back then, when he was going to physio and they were giving him exercises to do at home, would have been far too much for him because the payoff is going to be felt in your 40s and your 50s. Whereas in his mid-20s, you don't want to do that because he's not going to see the return immediately. It's just better to go home and have, a slug of Bacardi and Coke between filming.
It is what it is. It sucks. It's just reality. And I got to deal with it.
It is what it is. It sucks. It's reality. And I've got to deal with it. No, there are things you can do to avoid it. There are things you could have done that would have meant you ended up in a place that's not here. There are ways that you could have... There are ways you could have avoided this, but you didn't want to do the work then. That's ultimately why you're here now. Because you didn't want to do it then.
But I'm just trying to relate it to you that, number one, this happens as you get older. Get ready. Because as you get older, you're going to get all kinds of problems. If you're heavy, meaning you're overweight, you're going to have issues with your knees.
So somebody asked me a while ago, what is this locus of control that you keep mentioning? And it's basically this. It's how you deal with responsibility and culpability for your own actions. And the external locus of control refuses to accept responsibility and pushes responsibility outwards. Someone with an internal locus of control would accept responsibility for this. So if you are somebody who's had a back injury in your mid-20s and now in your 40s, you are having pain in your neck that you recognize as being similar to your back injury from that long ago, then somebody with an internal locus of control would go, this is my fault. I should have done the exercises. I should have, bought a better chair with better support for my back. I should have, been more aware of my posture or my diet. I should have exercised more, like going out and walking and going to a gym and things. I should have done all these things. Whereas someone with an external locus of control will say, there's nothing I could have done about it. It's getting old. It's, my dad's got it anyway. So, this is my future and there's nothing I can do about it. When there is something you can do about it, he just doesn't want to do those things. Again, a number of reasons why, except not accepting responsibility, it's too much effort for not enough immediate payment, all sorts of stuff like that. You know, your narcissist should be doing it for me anyway. I shouldn't have to do it. All sorts of shit. But ultimately, it's led us here to this point where this lazy shit is going to talk about how there's nothing he can do to avoid the issues he's having with muscular nerve pain. Because your muscles have nerves, Phil. How do you think they get the signals from your fucking brain in the first fucking place?
Your ankles, your back. If you just have problems with your joints, you're going to have things, arthritis, things like this.
I mean, yeah, but like, again, your weight is your responsibility. To a point, there are genetic factors and other environmental factors that may influence your ability to gain or lose weight, but ultimately, you're the one that puts calories into your body. You're the one that decides what form those calories take, whether they're in a salad or a piece of cake, you know? It's your diet, and your weight is your responsibility. And if you are overweight or obese and you have medical issues that you need to deal with, that is part of managing your weight and its impact on your life. Phil has failed at this. Phil fails constantly because he doesn't want to do any of the work involved. It's like, no, I'm just going to get gout because my family has it. I'm going to have these issues with my back because, you know, my family, and there's nothing I can do. I'm getting old. You know, it's not like I could exercise, eat better, sit better, actually buy decent fucking chairs. Not that mine's decent, but mine's at least like properly fucking, what's the word, ergonomic. It's not like one of his gamer chairs. It does its job, mine. That's what it's for. But he's not bothered about that. He's not going to do any of the work. He's not going to look at the parts of his life that need changing and go, I should change that. It will pay off later. It's not for him. It's not his fault. He's just too old. There's nothing he can do now. He's 42.
This sucks, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
See, there's nothing you can really do. There's plenty you can do about it, Phil. You just don't want to.
Once you have it, you're just stuck with it, and you got to deal with it.
No, you can treat it. You can fucking treat it. You can see a doctor. You can make actual changes to your life. Not just carrying your shopping a shorter distance, but in terms of like diet and exercise and getting out of the fucking house to go and do things that might burn off a calorie or two. There are things that you can do. You just don't want to do them.
So, you know, I'm doing my best.
If this is your best, you should give up now. Genuinely, if this is your best, just stop. Because this is fucking pathetic. I want to see him in a physio class. I want to take him to physiotherapy with me. I want to see what he can. I want Bro and Jaha and Mark want to drag him into a gym and see what he can do. Get him on the fucking weights and find out what his actual weight is. Get him on the weighing machine, the weight machine, not the actual weights. There's no fucking weight. The noodle arms. He's not going to be able to lift weights. I'm hardly one to talk, but at least I've started. I'll get onto that later. It's all rehab and physio stuff. It's not important now.
I bought the pillow. Hopefully this is going to help, moving forward. And tonight, I have Call of Duty on the schedule.
Just out of interest, right? Because this is also something that I've had to deal with quite a lot as I've been dealing with this back injury, treating it and adapting my life to it. What are you going to do if it fails? What are you going to do if it doesn't work? Because sometimes you have to deal with that. Sometimes you have to deal with doing a treatment that doesn't work. And now you have to change things. Because you went into this treatment thinking, I hope this works. And then you go through it. And it doesn't. So all the plans you made for after the treatment, when you were thinking, if it works, I'll do this, you can't do anymore. So you have to change things. I don't know what he'd do, but I'm sure it would involve spending more. It would probably involve buying a different pillow, a newer pillow, a better pillow. This one's got speakers in it. So I can have it like linked up to my phone by Bluetooth, and then I don't have to disturb my wife. She just hear the speakers coming through. No, she's in a different bed. She'll be fine.
All right. So tonight, I like to attempt to play it. I just don't know how it's going to go. I'm just being honest. Like, I want to play it tonight, but we got to see how my neck and back feels.
Dark Dave, did you dub the world's saddest song being played on the world's smallest violin over this? Because I can hear that as he's talking now, and I don't know if anybody else can, or if it's just me.
When I go to play it, I just don't know how it's going to work. I hope it works fine and I can play and we don't have a lot of problems. But it is a limitation of me and my body.
Oh, okay, right. If this part of you is hurting right now, I want to see how he handles Jasper putting pressure on it. Let's see how he handles this. Now, hang on.
It's not something that I caused. It's not really something that I can cure.
Yes, it fucking well is. I guarantee you he's caused it as well. I'll guarantee you he's not been sleeping properly, comfortably, or soberly. So it's something he'll have caused, it's something he'll have aggravated, and there's something he can do about it. But he just doesn't fucking want to.
It just sucks. It's an ongoing thing, right?
No, it's not ongoing. You can treat it and deal with it and have it done, and then you won't have to deal with it again. You just don't want to.
And it's hilarious because people say stuff like, oh, there's a lot you can do. You can do healthy eating and exercise and therapy and massages and this and that. I love people who, number one, are know-it-alls.
Okay. Every time you do this now, right? Okay. I'm going to show this picture of me with my surgery scar. Okay. I might even contrast the picture that I took before my first operation, all the way back in 2016, with the picture that I took from my most recent operation back in 2023. So, I get that you, Philip, want to discount a huge part of your audience as being know-it-alls because you don't think they've got any experience with back issues, okay? Well, I'm going to be their vector right now. I'm going to be their spokesperson. I'm going to be the voice that does speak with the authority of somebody who does know what they're talking about and has more experience of this, and I'm going to say that they are right. They are telling you how you can deal with this issue. You just don't want to accept it because you don't like the answer because it involves personal responsibility for your own fucking body.
And think that they know better than people who actually have the conditions.
Actually have the conditions? Do you want to prove it? Do you want to show your MRI scans that showed your herniated disc? Do you remember the ones that the doctor sent you for?
Went to the doctor. Doctor said, oh my God, this is pretty bad. They give me an MRI.
Or the ones that you demanded the doctor send you for?
Doctor originally gives me x-ray. I don't see anything. It's like, well, doc, guess what? Obviously, the x-ray is not the right test for this particular problem because I am in excruciating pain all the time. So I think maybe you should run some more tests. The doctor was actually just going to let it fucking go. Unbelievable.
Depending on which time you've told that story. Yeah, Philip, no. You don't have the injury. You don't know what you're talking about here. But I do.
That's number one, the thing I think is funny as shit. People who sit on a stream and think that they know better than the person who's had the condition.
Yes, this is funny. This person sitting on a stream thinking he knows more than somebody who's had the condition. This is fucking hilarious, Philip.
For over a decade. That's number one.
Over a decade. 2008, Dancing Like This in 2010. Over a decade.
Number two, I love people who say there's a lot you can do, and then they literally spew out a laundry list of shit that isn't stuff that you can realistically do.
What can't you realistically do out of exercise, eating better, going to a doctor, or seeking physiotherapy? Or even asking your wife to give you a massage?
Massaging my back will not help with the discs. That's not how it works, sadly. I wish it did, but that's not how it works.
What out of those 5 things can you not realistically do? And why not? I do physiotherapy in a number of rooms in my house. I used the kitchen because I could lean on the side as as you move your back out. I mentioned it in the DDP yoga. It's the one you see Butterbean doing when he's on the back of a chair and he's like moving backwards to try and get it lower. I use the hallways to try to walk. I have the elastic thing strapped around my legs and work my stride there. I use the stairs because, you do steps in physiotherapy. You have to learn how to go up and down stairs. And they're there. So you might as well get in a few there. I do it here as well. There's room in here, and I can move this table, not physically, but I mean I can raise it and lower it to, use to hold as I do things that require me being on one leg. Or, just general things around the house. You could do certain ones when you're lying down. There's ways to do exercise. And obviously, eating food as well, eating better, you could do that. You could maybe have some meals that aren't like 90% of your salt intake in one day. I just it's fucking mad that he's going all this stuff that I can reasonably do is unreasonable of you to expect me to do. And one of these things is eating healthy. And we've had a DSP tries it takeaway edition. We've had 10 in the last 100 streams or something. Every 10 fucking goals. So if he hits the goals twice a day as he wants to, that's every week. Every week we're eating takeaway on stream. And that's not to say anything about what he's eating off stream, such as when he's really craving a pizza for a midnight snack. It's fucking unreal. And he just doesn't want to do it. He just doesn't want to do it. It's work that he has to do and he doesn't want to do. So if he's going to try to offload it in whatever way possible, and one of those ways is going to be, it's unrealistic of you to expect me to take a walk around my fucking gated community or to cut down on the shit I eat and eat healthily. It's unreasonable of you to expect me to go to the doctor because I have to open the app, I have to book an appointment, I have to tell the person on the other end what's wrong.
I would have to go into the app for my health insurance. I would have to schedule an appointment to talk with someone through a chat, explain the symptoms. Then they would likely give me a referral to go to an urgent care facility, which you go to, and the people at the urgent care facility don't know shit. They literally just take your data and confirm that you have a medical issue. Then if they deem that it's something worthy of actually seeing a doctor for, they'll try to get you into a doctor's office for a specialist. No exaggeration, it takes about 2 months to see a specialist. I know because 2 years ago, I had a series of ear infections, and it took me a month to get the appointment with the urgent care guy, and then after that, I couldn't even schedule the appointment with the urgent care specialist, the ear care specialist, because the appointments were so booked. By the time that I got the appointment, the ear infections were gone. That's American healthcare.
That's unreasonable, isn't it? Fucking insane, this. Fucking absolutely insane.
Eat healthy. I do eat healthy. I've dramatically improved my diet in the last 5 to 10 years. Everyone knows this because I had things like gout and stuff like that, and I need to adjust my diet to be healthier. Look at my weight now compared to what it used to be.
Show us. Stand on the weighing scales, take a picture, show us. Because we've only got your word to go on, and your word has been proven repeatedly, multiple times across a vast number of subjects to be untrustworthy. So go and prove it. Take a picture. Triple P, I call him Triple P. This is what you should ask him to do next. Prove his weight. Prove his weight. Prove how much he weighs. Have him take a picture of the weighing scales, and he stood on them. Oh, I wonder if that's why the Wii's still plugged in. Do you think he does Wii Fit? Do you think he uses Wii Fit as the scales? I mean, I did for a while, but then I got fed up with that fucking balance board telling me you've put on a pound. Fuck off.
I used to be 240 pounds. I'm 195 pounds now.
You used to be 240, right? Okay, we've been into that as well, as I'm sure you'll remember. That 240 was when he started YouTube. And then from about 2011, 2013-ish, that's when I'm around 210 pounds began in earnest and maintained that for about a decade, which suggests to me that he's not checking his weight at all. And that was probably the last time he weighed himself. And he's probably embellishing then. It was probably 220. He's like, no, I'm only about 210. It's fine. I'm wearing heavy clothes. That puts on a couple of pounds, doesn't it? So, I mean, that's what the Wii Fit asks me. So, I think I'm onto something with that. So, yeah. Yeah, this is bollocks as well.
And even losing more. So there you go. You say exercise. Yeah, exercise, meaning just make sure that you have some basic stretchability, right? Nimbleness, and you're not all, sitting and not moving all day. I don't, I'm fine with that regard.
No, that's not what exercise means at all. What the fuck is, what was that? Like, actually, what was that? Exercise, you mean like nimble and movability? No, like proper exercise. Press-ups, sit-ups, jogging, star jumps, squats, thrusts, actual fucking movement. Do you know what, right? I was at physiotherapy a while ago, and been doing a lot of walking stuff, as you get towards the end of your physio, because obviously the whole point of that for me was we need to get you walking again. And so I was on the treadmill, and it wasn't moving fast, so I asked if we could put it up a bit, and he said yeah, and I started to get into a position that was more like a jog than just walking, and I could feel the cage around my spine moving, and it was the weirdest feeling. It was slightly painful. It wasn't too painful. It was just very uncomfortable, because obviously the whole point of discs is that they let your spine move and give it flexibility. The spine doesn't move in one big chunk, So when you're walking and your spine's doing that, as the rest of your body is, it's not all moving in one go. And to feel this at the base of my spine, because they're stuck together now, so the bone hasn't fused, but the screws holding these rods in place. This vertebrae is not moving from its position. So as I'm moving, I can feel it moving. It was the fucking weirdest feeling. And you want to sit there going, you mean nimbleness and workability? I need to see that again. What the fuck was that? Okay, just a quick one here, but all this...
Basic stretchability, right? Nimbleness, and you're not all, sitting and not moving all day. I don't, I'm fine with that regard.
From the man who was literally earlier that week saying...
Okay, but the problem has been that there's things that I've wanted to do this week. For example, I want to play Call of Duty on mouse and keyboard. And mouse and keyboard means that I got to have my hands and arms up to play. And that's going to put stress on my shoulder and neck muscles. And I don't know if I want to do that with my back hurting me so much. It's a risk. What if I end up hurting it worse? I don't know what's going to happen.
You're fine for all that, are you, Phil? You're fine for the movement. You're fine for nimbleness. And you're not decrepit sitting there for 8 hours a day. No, you're fine, are you?
I'm fine with that regard.
You're clearly not. You're not at all. Like, I could sit here like this, or, I could sit here like this with the, controller in my hands. I'm fine in that regard. No. They don't mean, you can move a bit, you can stretch a bit, you can decompress your spine, yeah, I'm fine in that regard. No, they mean proper fucking exercise, you daft twat. Fuck me.
I'm not in any situation where I'm like overweight and I'm decrepit and I'm anything like that.
Bro, you didn't even do a push-up, you did a push. This is fucking he's 42. This is how you know, right? We're getting to 43 soon. We're 43 in April, and we don't have an ounce of self-awareness. I just cannot. You are one of the most decrepit people on the internet. Your life is a life of sloth and avarice, and it's just... And you sit there in denial of it. Fuck me, man.
Right? And then you say, well, therapy. No, therapy, no. Well, you could stretch. You could do things. Doesn't help when you do it in your sleep.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's literally the point of physiotherapy, is to help you deal with stuff like that. It's literally designed to get that dealt with. This pain in my leg at points has been so bad that it has woken me up. And one of the ways I've sort of, dealt with the issue and tried to treat it is physiotherapy. It's not just like, I'll do some stretches, it'll be fine. No, you don't have the tools that they have. Where is it? Where's that thing? Do you have one of these, Phil? Do you know what this is for? This is for a number of exercises, right? For example, you can obviously... I'm going to be able to see it on camera, am I? Obviously, you hold it in a loop like that. You put your foot in there and, you straighten your foot out as you need to. Straighten out like that. Gives resistance. You can put a bit of it on the floor and then you stand on it with the leg that you want to work out. And then you pull it up really, really tight while keeping it pressed on the floor. And then you shift your weight slightly. You start to put more weight on this foot, on the foot that's pinning it down. Tie it in a loop. And then put that around your legs. So as you're starting to walk and you're stretching your legs out, it's giving you resistance. Things that you do in physiotherapy that they have the equipment for. That's where I got this. They gave it me. So I can, do it at home. I don't have a treadmill either. I don't have the exercise bikes. I didn't have the weight machines that they had at physiotherapy that they had me doing. I couldn't do stuff. Did you do hydrotherapy either? You could consider hydrotherapy, Phil. It's in a warm pool. You do exercises like physiotherapy, except you have the support of the water, and also the water adds resistance as you're moving as well. So it's benefiting you in two ways. This is fucking mad. This is fucking mad. This is something that he could treat for physio-fucking-therapy. And he's going, no, that's not how this works. Yes, it is how it works. This is not just a river in Egypt, Philip. This is how it works. That's exactly how it works. And once again, just in case I need to remind you, I have more experience here than you.
All right? There's a difference between, I have an unhealthy lifestyle and I just sit around, I'm overweight and I eat bad and I'm a big no load and I got bad heart conditions, I got freaking diabetes, and now my joints hurt and I'm hurting my neck. There's a difference between that and you're someone who literally has had chronic spine issues since the 20s. You know what I'm saying? I've had this for 20 years of my life.
So it happened in 2005 now, did it? Not 2007, 2008, 2009. Not then. No, you're not. You've not had chronic spine conditions at all. If you had chronic spine conditions, it wouldn't have stopped in 2014 before you fucking moved because of the back stretch bench that saved your life.
This back stretcher saved my life. And I don't say that lightly. It really did. It changed my life. If I didn't have this thing, I probably would not be able to make these videos. In fact, I think I remember filming this last year and not being able to do it as easily as I'm doing right now. This back stretcher is fucking awesome.
Do you remember that? Bollocks again. And the worst bit is, both those things, they may be different causes, but the effect is the same. And the effect is what's treated by physiotherapy, Philip. And once again, for the avoidance of doubt.
And it's not going away. It's just something that I have to learn how to mitigate and deal with.
Treat it. It's something that will go away. It's something that can be made to go away. Treat it properly. Don't just buy a pillow. Go to the doctor. Book an appointment with a physiotherapist. Get steroids if you have to. It's something you can treat. Obviously, again, this is assuming that it's a legitimate injury in the first place and he's not just lying because, support is slow. How much have we got at the moment? Oh, King's Tag $0. Well, I mean, to be fair, we're only a couple of minutes into the... Oh, fuck, we're only a couple of minutes into the podcast and this has already been going on for a while. We are so back. Fuck.
There's fantasy land and then there's reality. And some people like to live in fantasy land and think that you can magically just make all health issues go away.
And some people like to live in fantasy land and say you can't. Don't they, Philip? Because once again, I'm telling you, you are wrong.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
I am here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as a realist, I want you to understand something.
He's being a realist now. Okay. Let's see.
Understand something. It doesn't matter how much you exercise. It doesn't matter how healthy you eat. It doesn't matter how many stretches you do, how many doctor appointments you go to, how many injections you get, how many medications you take. You're going to have medical issues, and you better just learn to deal with them psychologically and physically, because if you don't, you're going to be a fucking bumbling mess, crybabying about it for the rest of your life, instead of learning how to just say, okay, I'll just deal with it and move on.
That is your problem right there. Your entire life has been, let's move on. It does matter how much exercise you do, how healthily you eat, whether you go to see the doctor. All that stuff matters. In fact, I'm going to sit here like this and do it this way, because all that stuff matters, Philip. You are wrong about every single fucking thing that you have just said about having a medical issue and treating it. This is fucking insulting on a level that I cannot even begin to describe, because you are saying to me that what I should have done instead of this, instead of spending a decade trying to get this injury fucking dealt with, that I should have just gone, fuck you, Phil. You are so wrong about this. And you don't even know it, and you don't want to know it, and you can't accept it because you're so fucking insecure that your ego can't take being wrong about a subject that you don't know about. This is what it feels like. It feels like this whole thing that I have gone through for the past nearly 10 years of my life has been nothing because of what he thinks. He's telling me that all that was wasted. I did everything wrong when I went to the doctor about my back and took painkillers and did physiotherapy and hydrotherapy and had steroids and had massages. I did all of that. I did everything that he is saying is wrong, that you shouldn't do, that he can't do. I have done fucking everything. My lived experience and the lived experiences of all the people who left comments on that video that I made about your back saying, hey, I've got a back injury as well. Thank you. And this isn't like when you get an email going, I've been a fan since Heavy Rain and you've saved me from killing myself because of some chill interaction that we had when I joined your stream one time. Fuck off. These are people with real back issues and real problems that see through your bullshit. We have experience. We know what we're talking about. These people have seen what I've said and gone, yes, I agree. That is the same as my experience. The things you've described, Steve, the things you've been through, the therapy, the doctor's appointments, the operations, the injury, the pain, the symptoms, everything. And it all stands in contrast to you. You don't know shit. And you are wrong.
All these things that these people say, oh, you could do this, you could do this. Or you could just live with it.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the actual fucking fuck do you think that makes you say you should just live with it? If I had to live with it, I would still be on the fucking floor. I have tried to treat this because I want my life back. I want to be able to do the things I did before this injury. And I am lucky because I have the chance to. I don't know if I'm going to be healthy enough again. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to play the drums again or go on long walks, long scenic walks and take pictures. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that again. But I have a chance. There are plenty of people who've had worse back injuries than me that don't have that chance. And they have to sit there being insulted by this as well. This cunt saying you should just deal with it. You should psychologically tough it out when he won't touch fucking Advil but will down Bacardi and Coke.
Because you can't cure everything.
But this you can. You can't cure everything. You can cure a fucking lot. And you don't even want to take that chance. We're doing this again. We're back to surgery. We're back to like, there's no treatment for this. It's 50-50. It's not guaranteed. It's not 100%. Holy fuck.
You might want to believe that. You might want to think that life is rainbows and unicorns and everything is magically curable.
I am fucking insulted by that. I went to the doctors. They said, we can do an operation. It might cure you. There's a pretty good chance. 90 to 95%. Those are fucking good odds. Pretty much everybody would take those odds. Because they're pretty good. However, somebody has to be in that 5 to 10%. And unfortunately, I'm one of those people. And
while we're discussing this operation that I want to take because it can cure this issue, it can treat this problem, and I might be able to have my life back again, the doctor is very real with me about the risks that are involved. And one of those risks for me was death. And I signed that piece of paper. Nobody is saying, oh, go to the doctors and you can be magically cured. We're not all unicorns and rainbows, Philip. We're fucking real about this. I've had to accept that risk 4 times now. I've had to sign that paper that says I consent to this, knowing full well the risks that involve paralysis and death. Don't you fucking dare. Just because you are being the petulant child who doesn't want to do the work, you don't want to eat your greens, you just want your pudding. No, Philip. The people who have to deal with these issues are very real about the issues that they have to deal with and the problems that they have because of their issues. Every time I go to an appointment with a doctor, I'm asked about my bowels. Not because, you might shit yourself or it might hurt to go. Because it could lead to me dying. And I'm pretty sure most people who've had similar injuries to mine, similar injuries to the one that he's claiming he's had, will have gone through that process as well. They will understand where I'm coming from here. Because they'll also have been asked a lot. Do you still have control of your bowels and your bladder? Because we're very real about this. So an interesting point I'd like to raise here is that we got this whole rainbows and unicorns thing to portray anybody saying, hey, Phil, why don't you treat this issue medically? Why don't you go to the doctor? Why don't you seek, medical aid and intervention? As unrealistic in some ways, being out of touch with reality and having this sort of like idealized version of what medical treatment should be. He's basically saying, look, it's not going to be that simple. It's not going to work like that. Medicine doesn't work like that. Treatment doesn't work like that. All that sort of stuff. We got it just to portray the opposite side as unrealistic and unreasonable and maybe even naive and idealistic with this whole sort of like impression of medicine as being able to cure anything and everything. We got that from the man who thought that laser surgery was going to correct his back.
The good news is, I have heard that they now have, it's new, it only came out this year, a new method to do the same kind of operation that's less intrusive using lasers, all right? And what I'm actually thinking of doing is that next year, hopefully, I'll get to move. If I do move out of Connecticut and I move in with my girlfriend, at least I'm living with someone. So if I can go get this surgery and get my back fixed, and let's say I'm laid up for 2 weeks because of it, I at least have someone who's with me who can help me to get around and stuff. Surgery now is much better. It's laser surgery. It's not even intrusive anymore. It's actually considered outpatient surgery, meaning they could bring me to the hospital, zoop, get it done, and I'll be out the next day, if not even earlier. And apparently my back would be better, which is crazy to think because it was such a big, intrusive, dangerous thing in 2007 and 8. And now here we are, 8 years later, and fucking technology's advanced so much, it's like, zoop, you're done. Now, back then, the surgery would have been very intrusive. This is 10 years ago. The surgery would have been, they go into it, they cut physically out the disc. I believe they fused the spine in this particular area or whatever. Today, it's much different. Today, they have laser surgery that's non-intrusive that could actually do the same operation, and basically, there's a lot less risk. It's a lot healthier.
Which is an interesting point for 2 main reasons. Firstly, the fact that he probably wouldn't have had laser surgery anyway, because it's not really needed for something as simple as a laminectomy or a discectomy, which he probably would have had. And secondly, the idea that it's just this very quick, simple thing where it's like, zoop, and you're done. And it's just fucking insane, because lasers are used to cauterize during lengthier surgeries that something like a discectomy or a laminectomy, an inpatient procedure, it just does not require. And it shows like he has this idealized version of medicine and how treatment works and how things are going to cure him.
That life is rainbows and unicorns and everything is magically curable.
And he's completely out of touch with reality.
It's not. I've had these conditions for over 20 years. I will have them for the rest of my life. I've come to terms with that. So I don't need to run to the fucking doctor every time that I accidentally pinched the nerve in my neck.
I've had them for over 20 years. I've come to terms with them. I didn't do anything at all. If you want to take his sum totality of the treatments that he did a single appointment for a couple of steroid injections, which are typically 3 to 4 injections in one go.
Not a course. That's a course. But when he says course, he wants you to think multiple appointments over multiple months. That's not true. That's not how it works. A course of steroid injections is one appointment for several injections at the same time. That's it. Well, one after the other. They're consecutive. They're not all like 4 at once. But my point is that he did that once. And he did a month, 2 months, 3 months, or 4 months. You cannot tell which, because he has claimed multiple times.
Big Boy Abides, yes, I did get physical therapy for about a month. So at the time, I did 2 months of physical therapy. What I did is I had physical therapy for about 3 or 4 months.
It was 1 month, it was 2 months, it was 3 or 4 months. And that was it. That was it. That was the sum total of his thing. And he either stopped going to physio because
I got it for a month, and then my copay, or my deductible ran out. I was like, oh, cool. Then it reset, because it was in December. It reset for January. So basically, I paid a ton of money, and then they're like, oh, you have to continue to pay now because it reset for the year. I said, go fuck yourself, and I never went back. So.
because...
And after the 2 months, I really didn't feel the physical therapy was helping me.
And that's what he's come to terms with. An injury so easily treatable, so completely treatable. Between that and then the backstretch bench, that's it. And he the last time he was on the backstretch bench was probably 2013.
I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country, because my back has gotten better. I don't have that back pain anymore.
Didn't even open DDP yoga.
I paid $100 for DDP yoga and never used it. Unopened. The DVDs aren't even opened.
That's what he's come to terms with. He can fuck right off. He's been a lazy shit, and he's not had anywhere near the seriousness of the injury that he wants you to believe he's had. He is lying here to your face. He is well over exaggerating. He wants you to this is narcissistic martyr complex full on. He might as well be on a cross right now. Your injury was so severe that the doctors were like...
The doctor literally told me, he says, if you didn't come in here today and we found this out and you made life adjustments, this disc was going to rupture and you were going to need major surgery. And you might not even walk properly for the rest of your life. I mean, it was to the point, he said, it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. Okay?
And he did nothing. He just accepted that. He just accepted that for the last 20 years. This is fucking insane. What doctor didn't tell him, hey, you know, you could die from this? Like, you could actually die from this. Something could go wrong that stops you being able to empty your bowels and your bladder, and then they burst, and, you know, you get sepsis and you die. What doctor didn't explain that to him? That, of course, assumes that his was bad enough that was a risk for him, which obviously clearly wasn't, because he got used to it. He got used to pain that brings people to their knees. It has people begging doctors for relief. It has people taking 20 tablets a fucking day to manage it. He just got used to it. This is fucking insane. What a load of shit. What a load of actual shit. Get me on that podcast. I want to be on the Level 1. I will go on the Level 1 podcast to talk to him about this. Phil, come on, ours. Come on, that being said. Me, you, and ALT. ALT will be fair. He can be completely impartial. Me and you will discuss this. Me and you will discuss back injuries, herniated discs, nerve pain, all of it. It's just, you know, it would save the flying monkey the effort of watching all this and reporting back to him. But either way, on it publicly known, he's full of shit. This is bollocks.
But maybe you do because you're a sissy. And you think that some doctor is magically going to cure every problem you have. And you think that you have the crazy health solution to every problem. You don't.
He just called me a sissy. Because I went to the doctor to deal with pain that had paralyzed me, that had literally crippled me. He thinks I'm a... if you go to the doctors to get your injury checked out and treated, you're a sissy. You're supposed to just suck it up and deal with it. You regressive, patriarchal piece of shit.
How very fucking dare you be like, men should just tough it up. You should just tough it. You shouldn't go to the doctor. You shouldn't go to the doctor to get treated. Philip, I happen to have more experience in this industry than you. I happen to have more experience in this field than you. I happen to know a lot more about this subject than you. I happen to be able to speak from a place of experience and knowledge and understanding. And I can do that and say, you're full of shit. And you're so fucking wrong about this. Like, I am honestly tempted to just stop here. I do feel like I need a break, but, I mean, fucking come on. Oh, you're a sissy because you think the doctor will be able to help you. The fuck is wrong with you, mate? What is wrong with you? What the fuck, man? What the actual flying fuck? You need to speak to a doctor. You need to speak to a doctor. You may not like having to pay for it, but that's the situation you are in. I mean, I don't have to pay, you know, God bless the NHS. But even if I was American, I would have found the insurance. I would have found a way somehow. Because this is pain. This is pain that makes people shoot CEOs of the healthcare companies that deny their claim, Philip. This is not something you have any experience with, let alone something you've learned to phase out because you've dealt with it for 20 years. You can fuck right off with that. The fucking temerity to call anybody who's gone to a doctor to treat an issue a fucking sissy. Because you should just learn to accept. Fuck off. I can't believe I'm treating this seriously. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. And I'm back here again. Fucking insane.
You're an idiot. You sit on someone's stream and you're trying to be an armchair doctor. You're a moron.
I'm not an armchair doctor, Phil. But I've spoken to some real fucking doctors. And I've gone through this. Oh my God, this is incredible. Oh, and he gave that laugh as well. He gave that laugh. He's so full of himself. He's so... It must be incredible. If ignorance is bliss, he must be constantly checking that the camera's off. Because he's that close to orgasmic. He doesn't need to know the truth. He doesn't care about what the truth actually is. Here in this place, in his safe space, in his bubble, where he has authority over all, everybody in chat is subject to his whims and can be banned at any moment for whatever reason he decides. And he is saying to you that, you know, if you go to a doctor, you're a sissy. And he doesn't care about the truth. He doesn't care about how doctors will explain to you, hey, this surgery is not guaranteed. This surgery has this % chance of success. This surgery has this % chance of alleviating your symptoms and correcting the issue. You have to accept that if you do this major surgery that can take several hours, there is a risk of paralysis and death, and you accept that risk because you want this injury treated so you can get your life back and do the things that you used to do before this injury stopped you from doing them. And if you did all that, you're a sissy. From this man who will post on Instagram about a paper cut. This man who says you shouldn't complain, you should suck it up, who opened this podcast complaining about his neck and has spent the last few days complaining about his neck. His neck is so bad that he bought a pillow for it. But if you seek treatment, any form of treatment, you're a sissy. If you think that somebody with pain as bad as he wants you to believe it is, with an injury as bad as he wants you to believe his is, should go to a doctor and get it treated, you're a sissy. You're an idiot. You're a moron. You're living in a fantasy land with rainbows and unicorns. According to him. You know, as I sort of lay it out like that, I'm just hit by how delusional it is. Like, this is what happens when you don't socialize. You don't speak to other people, like recreationally out and about in the world, not online, not on stream, not in chat. So you don't, how you doing? Oh, mate, let me tell you. Back's been killing me recently, you know, through all this. Went to a doctor and all that, you know, I'm waiting for surgery now. You know, anyway, till I hear from him, you know, just gotta get on with it. How are you? Oh, I don't want to complain. I don't want to compare, but I've had a real issue with my leg. I think you remember when we played football the other week in the park, and I went to that tackle, and ever since then, because you don't hear about other people's concerns and complaints, and you don't hear about their conditions, and you don't hear about the treatments that they're going through, and you don't understand how realistic it is to go to a fucking doctor when you've got pain as bad as he wants you to think his is. This is fucking delusional. All because he doesn't want to say somebody else is right. All because he doesn't want to say somebody with more experience in this area who is telling me I am wrong. He doesn't want to accept that. He doesn't want to say I was wrong about this. He doesn't want to say the people that are telling me to go see a doctor are right. This is fucking delusional.
So, anyway, yeah, that's what I'm going through right now, and it really sucks, but it is what it is. Like I said, I'll try to sleep better now that I have this new pillow. In fact, I'll probably just bring this back to the bedroom now, but it was a good. I got a good night's sleep last night. Like, it actually was legitimately a really good night's sleep.
Wait. So, like, he deliberately brought it in to show off. he slept with it and then went, I've got to take it in. I've got to tell everyone this was incredible. I actually got something that might have provided like the support my body needs, and I feel better. Isn't that incredible? I actually did something to treat the issue that I'm having, and I feel a bit better for it. Isn't that amazing? But by the way, if you suggest that I do other things to treat this issue, you're a fucking sissy. The fuck is this? I need a break. I need to stop. I need to come back to this. Wow. Fucking hell.
Basically, I have a very good tolerance for pain.
So I watched on, and there's not really much else. He comes back from putting the pillow away and then just carries on the rest of the stream like normal, goes into his regular begs and moanings and things, and so it doesn't come up again. But 2 days later, he mentions it again. So we're watching that now.
What is up, everyone? I hope that you're all doing well. I'm feeling all right. An update on my health, okay? My neck is getting slightly better every day. Now that I've gotten this new pillow and I've slept on it for a couple of days.
And now that I'm actually making a conscious effort to go to bed properly, rather than passing out drunk every night, I mean, I'm thinking, I've got this new pillow, I've got to use it for a bit, so that means I have to go to bed at some point, rather than just keep drinking, stay up late, fall asleep whenever. I mean, your alarm's set for 9 or 10 or whatever it is you get up, so you don't need to worry about it, just stay up as long as you need.
It's very much helping me to stay still and in one position when I sleep. Because the problem is I used to be a restless sleeper where I would go to sleep in one position, but I would wake up in a completely different position.
Yeah, a lot of people do. It doesn't make you special. And if it's causing that much of a disruption, you should have been referred to as sleep specialist by your GP. But that involves actually having to go to your GP, and obviously the only people that do visit their doctors to talk to them about the medical issues that they're having are sissies.
And because of that, I would be, moving around and wrenching my neck during the night, and then I hurt it bad over a week ago.
I'll give you a quick hint, Phil. That's the sort of thing that can be fixed with physiotherapy. And once again, for the avoidance of doubt, I am coming from a place of experience and knowledge here. But more than that, I didn't mention it before, so I'm mentioning it now. It doesn't matter whether you do the thing when you're asleep or when you're awake. The point is that you go to physiotherapy and it helps you recover and build up your muscle again, and it helps you get into a position where moving is easier again, so you're less likely to do it in your sleep. So when people do recommend physiotherapy for you, Phil, that's why. Because it works. And it stops stuff like that happening in your sleep. It doesn't matter if you have conscious control over it or not. The point is that you get well enough to make the movement without it hurting you. So, it's just avoidance again. It's just the narcissistic thing about doctors again.
Was around, I think, Monday of last week when I actually really hurt it pretty significantly bad. And I had shooting pain and muscle issues and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, we got shooting pain as well. We got shooting pain. Can you remember what type of pain it is, Phil? Is it nerve pain by any chance? Do you know what? Yeah, I'm going to have it. I'm going to have that clip again.
Shooting nerve pain.
Sure, shooting nerve pain.
It gets me every time. Can I just highlight the phrase significantly bad?
Significantly bad.
It's got to be the clunkiest and most awkward way of phrasing something like that. It was significantly bad. You know? Like, it hurt really bad. It hurt quite a lot. It hurt significantly. You don't need to like keep piling on top of it to try to make it sound even worse than it is. A, because you're lying, and B, because you just don't talk to people enough to be able to have like the wide enough vocabulary and linguistic skills you need to be able to do that properly.
So here we are. It's a little over a week now, and I have this new pillow. It's called Osteo. Is the name of the pillow. And it completely keeps me in position. I am very comfortable going to sleep, and I just stay in that position. I wake up in that position, and I'm like, oh, this is great. So it is getting better. It's definitely not completely better, but I can tell you, like, now I can actually move my neck actually back and forward pretty much all the way, and I'm not getting pain anymore, which is great because I was getting shooting pain just moving it like that.
Yeah, you're looking like you're moving quite well. Much like you were in the other streams in between that first stream and this one.
But I still can't move it like side to side. I still get pain there, and I get tenseness and problems. So
I still can't move it from side to side, he says, as he's moving it from side to side, trying to be too conscious not to move it to one side too much.
we're getting there, like slow improvement, right?
Do you want to talk to me about slow improvement? I'm not even 3/4 of the way through my recovery yet. They gave me 2 years for the bone to form around the cage in my spine and said nothing about how long it will take the nerves in my leg to heal. So, 3 days I wouldn't really consider slow improvement.
So I know that it'll probably improve over time. And now hopefully, in another week or so, I'll be back to full capacity. It sucks being like limited with movement.
Yeah, Phil. It does, doesn't it?
But it's life. It's what I got to deal with.
It's life. It's what I've got to deal with. But you have spectacularly and singularly failed to deal with it because you're still here, like 17 years after your back was first injured. If you even want to take it that he had a back injury in the first fucking place, right? And you're still complaining about residual pains and residual problems from it without having gone to get it dealt with by a specialist that's, a back surgeon, a specialist who's, your doctor, a specialist who's a physiotherapist, a specialist who will inject you with steroids. You've gone to no pain clinics. You've gone nowhere medical to deal with it. Your way of dealing with it has been to move across the country so you don't have to deal with snow, even though it snows where you live now anyway. And, a shorter distance from the car to your kitchen. Oh, and also doing less. Don't forget that. Doing less. Because that's definitely how you build strength in your muscles, isn't it, Broside Phil?
No.
So, yeah. You haven't done anything with it, and it's not something that you have to deal with. It's something you failed to deal with. If you want to take it as read that he's actually had a back injury that you needed to recover from in the first place. So, yeah, if you want to do this at face value, Phil, then you have spectacularly failed in your treatment of your back injury. And that's the best thing you can say about it right now. You're also just washing your hands already and absolving yourself of responsibility for your own health and the condition of your body. There's that as well. There's that external locus still pushing outwards. So, yeah, you're also failing to deal with it in future because you're just going like, nothing I can do about it. It's just what I've got to deal with without actually doing anything to deal with it. So, yeah, if you want to be like that, shut the fuck up whinging. Because what else did you expect to happen if you didn't treat it, you dickhead?
My body, my annoying things that happen to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's your body. It's your responsibility, Phil. You're the one that has to take care of it. You're the one that decides what goes in it, what food goes in it, how many carbohydrates and saturated fats and salt and sugar, all that shit that you put into your body. You're the one in control of that. And the effect that that has on your body is your responsibility. And the fact that, you know, you spend most of your days sitting down, living a, where is it on here? Oh, it's right there, just out of frame. Sedentary lifestyle. That's also on you. That's also your responsibility, because it's you who has control over your body. So it's you who decides how much physical exertion your body is about to do. And you've failed to do that as well. So, yeah, it's your body, Phil. Look at the fucking state of it. At 42. It's possible to be healthier than this at 42. I'm just going to turn slightly here so that Editor Steve has the time to put in the picture of any wrestler. Pick up a wrestler at random that's the same age as Phil. And, you know, I know they're wrestlers, they're athletes, they're people who perform for a living, so they have to stay in shape, and their conditioning and their diet is completely different to Phil's. But my point is that it's possible to live in a healthy way and have, you know, a decent looking body at 42. And Phil doesn't.
But the good news is it hasn't really affected gameplay at all. Like, if you take a look at the stuff I've done in the last week, you know, multiple Street Fighter streams. I played Call of Duty the other night.
Like, firstly, thank God it didn't affect any gameplay. Thank God you were able to sit there on a mouse and keyboard and play Call of Duty. But secondly, after saying all that, I just can't help but notice the moves there. Like, straight lines are not his friend. They, like, especially vertical ones, it's just too obvious, and he's leaning forward, and he's got his arms like that as well, so he's pushing his chest inwards, and it's just making it more noticeable. And I can't, like, it's like, that's you, Phil. You did that. That's your responsibility. You can't get mad at the jokes about it, because it's you that did that. Nobody else force fed you. Nobody else determined your diet. Nobody else made you stop exercising. You did. It's all on you. Like, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe that we can genuinely have this argument because he doesn't want to take responsibility for his own fucking body, his own health. Like, of everything else in the world that you can, like, distance yourself from and abrogate your responsibility for. What goes into your body and the state of your body is your responsibility, regardless of whatever chronic and hereditary conditions you have. It's your responsibility to manage them and live a healthy way, you know? And he just doesn't want to accept responsibility for that. He doesn't want to accept responsibility for anything in his life. And this is probably one of the most extreme examples. His health, his own health, the things that he puts in his mouth, the things that he eats and swallows and his body digests and breaks down and tries to distribute whatever nutrients they have around his body to keep his heart pumping just like an extra beat. It's fucking incredible. It really is.
And I basically toughed through it. I mean, am I in pain? Yeah, I am. But I'm just basically, you know, zoning it out.
You're whinging about it after whinging about it a few days ago. And, you know, what happened to this clip here?
The thing is, I'm very, very good at hiding pain.
What happened to that, Phil?
You might say, well, I don't get it. If you have shooting nerve pain, how the hell are you zoning that out?
Yeah, I would like to know that. I would very much like to know. I want you to explain to me how you are zoning out this shooting nerve pain, because as somebody else who has it, Phil, and, you know, it's still having scans. I got my appointment for the hospital the other day. I'm going in a few weeks now. So, yeah, that's to discuss the results of the last scans that I had with my spinal surgery specialist. So, I would very much like you to explain to me how you are zoning out pain of the nerve variety.
Because I had a severe back injury over a decade ago.
Oh, we're doing this over a decade ago, right? I'll give you that vagueness, but over a decade ago would still take us to at least 2015. You know, that's like the latest, because that's a decade ago. So 2014 we had a bag back. And if you want to go for 2007, that's 7 years. 7 years, which contradicts, you know, 5 years and 2008, 2009 diagnoses and all that stuff. 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It's all in there.
You know, my L4, L5 vertebrae.
Well done for that one at least.
Had a disc between them that was severely herniated.
There's been no proof of any of this, by the way. I just wanted to point that out here. The only proof we have of this is His word.
And it was so herniated that I went to the doctor, I had an MRI done. He said it was about to pop.
Let's hear Phil describe the state of his disc at other times.
They found my disc and my lower back was to the point where it was going to explode. That's how severely herniated it was. It was to that point. And he said, listen, if you don't immediately make lifestyle changes, you're going to be in serious you're going to be in operations, you know, to fix this, and it might not even work. You're going to be in serious trouble for the rest of your life. Went to the doctor. Doctor said, oh my God, like, this is pretty bad. They gave me an MRI, and MRI showed a severely herniated disc in my lower back. The doctor literally told me, he says, if you didn't come in here today and we found this out and you made life adjustments, this disc was going to rupture and you were going to need major surgery, and you might not even walk properly for the rest of your life. So the doctor says, all right, I'm going to give you an MRI. So puts me to the MRI machine, scans me, all that. I get called back to the doctor's office urgently 2 days later. Okay, come back. Oh my God. Your MRI shows that you have a severely herniated disc between your L4, L5 vertebrae. And if this thing were to pop, number one, I could be crippled. Number two, I could lose control of my bowels. I mean, it was to the point, he said it was so bad that thank God I caught it when I did, because if I didn't and this thing had popped, this disc, that I could have been fucked for life. I had a debilitating back injury, a severely herniated disc between my L4, L5 vertebrae. It was so bad when I went to the doctor, when they did the CAT scan, they said it was about to burst, and if I hadn't gone there at that time to get, you know, something done to it to fix it, or at least alleviate the problem, it would have burst, and I basically would have been screwed over for life. My biggest injury wasn't a all at once injury. It was my back injury. I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back to the point where the doctor said it was ready to explode. And if I hadn't gone into the doctor to find out that it was in that condition, I might have had a ruptured disc and been like messed up for the rest of my life. But I had severely bad back pain, a severely herniated disc in my lower back at one point. And it was bad. You know, doctors told me if I didn't do something to change my lifestyle that I could have it rupture and end up having major problems for the rest of my life and might require surgery.
And yeah, once again, bear in mind that a disc that's about to pop is something that puts the patient at risk of paralysis or death. So a doctor seeing that would probably want to, you know, intervene as soon as possible to avoid that outcome, wouldn't they? So bear that in mind as we go forward. I'm sure it's about to be relevant.
And so if I didn't change my lifestyle and do things to alleviate this pressure, I was going to basically screw myself over for life.
There we go, lifestyle changes again. And also, as somebody whose disc did rupture and has needed several operations, the idea that I've screwed myself over for life is quite fucking insulting, because you know what, Phil? I didn't fucking do this. I didn't pick this to happen to me. I didn't say, do you know what? I want to rupture a disc. Let me go and do that. It's really close to stolen valor. I know it's not on the same level, but it feels, personally, it feels fucking insulting for him to have this idea of what my experience should be. My disc did pop, Phil. My disc did rupture. I've dealt with it for 10 years. I'm still dealing with it. The idea that I have fucked myself over for life is fucking insulting, considering the amount of work that I've put in to try to get to this point and try to get better. Do you think I've sat on my ass for the last decade? Do you think I went, yeah, nah, this is great, I love this pain, give me all the fucking drugs, I'll just do nothing. I've tried to live my life, I've tried to do things, I've tried to be okay. And him going, if you rupture your disc, you screw yourself over for life, is fucking insulting. You don't know what you're talking about, Phil. This is a field where you know nothing. You think you know a lot, but you actually know very, very little. And I, as somebody who does know a lot, because I've been through this, I've got experience of it, and I've learned about it, I'm telling you that you are wrong and you don't know anything. So shut the fuck up.
So I did those adjustments, and now I'm better.
So all I needed to do was move to Washington State, and then stop doing physical things, like the things that I like to do, like drumming and playing bass and, you know, going out for walks and things. Stop doing them, and also don't carry shopping as much. Right. Shit, if only I'd known that before I had like 4 surgeries. Could have avoided all that, couldn't I?
Like, I don't really have problems with my lower back anymore.
then they're gone. You don't have a chronic back condition then. Problem down here and a problem up here are probably not related. Unless you have more problems in between. Then that might be a thing. But these are probably going to be... I'm also highlighting down here near my waist. L4, L5. They're probably unrelated. You know, because of the rest of the spine in between.
But at that time, I had crazy shooting nerve pain, numbness.
Oh, we got it! We got shooting nerve pain and numbness. Yes! Roll the clip.
I always had shooting nerve pain, okay?
Okay. Let's hear him talk about this crazy nerve pain and numbness. By the way, the numbness in my leg is now over my knee. I can't really. It gets really, really cold, and sometimes it's very, very tingly. I can't really feel my foot anymore. So, yeah, that's a slight worry for me. But also, it's only happening in one leg because at that point in the body, the spine, the nerves running down the spine have started to branch off. So I wonder if he's going to say both legs, because he always says legs. You never want to commit to one if you're lying, because you might get it wrong later, and somebody else could publicly call you out on that. So you just say legs; it's safer. And also because the surgeon hasn't explained, hey, you know, as the nerves are going down the spine, they go like this, and then they go like this. So you know, it's likely to be one or the other, not both.
All kinds of problems, and it lasted years.
It lasted years. All kinds of problems, and it lasted years. What other problems beyond shooting nerve pain and numbness did it cause you, Phil? Did you lose control of anything? Any bodily functions that you suddenly, you know, it hurt to go to the toilet? Anything like that? No. That's it. That's all he can give. Shooting nerve pain, numbness, and occasional loss of bowel control. He can't give any more symptoms. He can't give anything else. There's nothing else. He's got no experience of it. It was never that bad.
Like, no exaggeration. I was diagnosed with that.
Okay. No exaggeration. When were you diagnosed? Let's go. No exaggeration. Bearing in mind, in that 9-hour, 59-minute, and 59-second video is the whole timeline. Everything he said. Every time he's gone, it took this long. Every time he said I was diagnosed on this day. Every time he said I was better on this day. It's all in there. So let's bear that in mind as we go for this. No exaggeration.
I think when I was around 26, 27 years old.
We are still claiming 2007 to 2008, but remember, independent verification from one of the canons when talking to Jaha that it happened late 2008.
Now, he said something with his back or something. It's like actually hard to move around his house or something like that.
Bullshit. Ooh, quick update about this clip. In the back video, I used it to sort of settle on a diagnosis date of late 2008 because it seemed to sort of align with what Phil said in The King is Revealed. But given a bit more time to dwell on this, I think he may actually be 2009. I think it may be very close to the start of the year, possibly the first week of January, maybe the second. But by the point of this Alpharism radio, where, you know, Phil has told the canons, hey, you know, I'm having trouble, my back's sore, I'm struggling to walk around the place. He's already massaging the truth a little. He's already sort of like overemphasizing, over-exaggerating, and, you know, making it seem like the back is worse than it is. Because these are his first couple of lies about it. This is the first few times that he's lying. And so he's not that emboldened by it yet. Whereas by The King is Revealed later on in the year, by July, we've started to feel a bit more comfortable about it. Maybe we've told a couple of people that we know when it happened or how bad it is, and we're getting used to, hey, I pulled off that lie. They believe that. I can lie about this more. So by The King is Revealed, we're already pushing back the date to the previous year to make it look like we've been dealing with it longer. And then as things go on, as Phil receives little and little pushback, and as he becomes more comfortable with lying about this, that date gets pushed back further again to make it look like he's been dealing with it longer. So I'm not entirely sure, because again, from like the early 2000s to 2010, that's the range. We've got a range of nearly a decade. But I think it might have been 2009 now. I'd like to revise my previous estimate of 2008, because I think it's likely that Phil is really like over-exaggerating how bad the injury is here to get out of doing stuff. And having realised that he can,
over the next few months, he gets a bit more comfortable with it. So he starts massaging the truth a bit more. The date gets pushed back to make him look like he's been dealing with it longer. And then before we know it, it could be any time in the 2000s. So, yeah, I think it's more likely to be 2009. It was a minor injury. And then, it's healed up so that he can use Just Dance. And then he can do the green screen stuff and Project 7. And I've just realized I called it Just Dance again. No exaggeration, though.
It was basically like when I was I was trying to think. It was when I worked the office job. So that would have been, no, I was younger than that. Wow. I was even younger than that. I was like 23, 24, I think.
That's 2005 to 2006. But the canons are in 2009 saying it was, he said in winter and 2005 to 2000. No exaggeration, by the way. Don't forget that. So, okay, we're now at 2005 to 2006.
But yeah, that lasted until basically I moved out here.
2014. 2005 to 2014, 9 years in Connecticut with a bad back. No exaggeration. And don't forget, this was in 2010. No exaggeration, though. From 2005 to 2006, all the way up to when he moved in 2014. 9 fucking years.
And then about a year or two into living here.
Oh, so 2015 to 2016. I can't believe we're still doing this. I can't believe he still has the goal. Like, why wouldn't you have nailed this down? This is such a core component of your lie. You would think you were firm on this. You would think, even as a liar, if it happened in 2008, if you hurt your back a bit in 2008, you thought, right, I'm going to use this. I can get sympathy and support from people there. I'm going to use this. I'll give myself a year ahead, though. So it's always 2007. And then, by like 2014, 7 years, 2007 to 2014, 7. These are core things. And the fact that he doesn't stay consistent with them is the thing that's most, red flaggy about this. Because it shows how confident he is in his ability to just bullshit the audience, so that even the core components of the lie don't need to be consistent. He can just make up whatever the fuck he wants and knows that people will buy it. And if they don't buy it, he can ban them. So fuck it, who cares? In 2009, one of the Cannon brothers says on Alpharism Radio, he's not coming out. He's hurt his back. And in 2009, Phil says, since this injury came to light last fall.
So pretty much since this injury came to light last fall.
Meaning fall 2008. And those two things line up with each other, right? And here, 2005 to 2006, based on the age he's given that he thinks he was, all the way up to 2014. Meanwhile, in reality, in 2009, we're saying it happened last year, and then in 2010, we're dancing on Just Dance. And in 2011, I think it is, or maybe 2012, we're playing Hulk Hogan's main event. So that is still 2 or 3 years until 2014, and then a year on top of that, so 2015 to 2016, when he moved out and started feeling better then. I mean, credit for consistency for tying the improvement in your back to the move, I guess, but it still doesn't help when, you said the back stretcher helped before and you didn't bring it with you because your back was feeling better.
I didn't need to bring it with me when I moved across the country because my back has gotten better. I don't have that back pain anymore.
And also this footage of you from 4 years prior dancing like a dick.
It basically kind of fixed itself because my lifestyle adjusted enough that I didn't strain my back anymore.
It fixed itself. It fixed itself. If it can fix itself, it's not that badly herniated in the first fucking place. A nerve injury, bad enough to put you at risk of losing bowel control, caused by a disc, herniated so severely that the doctors are like, you are lucky you caught this when you did, does not fix itself.
And then it was able to have the inflammation go down and it went away.
Okay, so originally at this point in the recording, I did the whole, how your discs work in between your vertebrae and when they're being pinched. I even use the payday bars again. Editor Steve wants to put in a picture-in-picture just to show. But instead, what I'd like to do is just briefly mention vertebral disc inflammation, because discs can get inflamed, but it's an incredibly rare thing to happen. It's really like most people with back injuries will not encounter it. It is a very, very rare and unique thing. And secondly, it's also one of those, hey, drop everything you're doing and get to the hospital immediately. Your life is in like serious risk sort of issues. So if Phil's discs were inflamed and he was refusing to treat them, it would probably have killed him by this point. So I don't think they were.
So, I mean, that was, a good span of what? Like 6, 7, 8, 9 years?
How do you not know that? How do you not know that? I know how long I've been in pain for. I know when my injury happened. I know when my disc ruptured. I know when I've had the operations. I know how long I've been in pain for. How do you not know that? Why is there such a range there? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. Why is that such a vast range? How do you not know that? You are 2 years older than me. Your mental faculties are not that fucked. You should be able to remember that injury that was such a significant injury that you had to change your life and had to give up things that you like doing and move to the other side of the country and all this shit. You cannot remember when that happened and how long it took to heal. That's another fucking huge red flag. There are more red flags than fucking Nuremberg when we're talking about his back. He is so fucking wrong about everything. And he's lying about everything else.
That I was in pain. So I'm just kind of used to it.
I'd probably be used to it as well by this point if in 2008 I'd slightly hurt my back and then it was done, but I was still able to use it as a way to manipulate my friends into doing things for me and my family into doing things for me and to get out of things I didn't want to do. I'd probably be used to it as well by this point, 17 years later, nearly 2 decades after I'm saying it actually fucking happened. There is no way you've experienced anything close to the pain that I've had to deal with for a fucking decade, Phil. You cannot talk to anyone. The only thing you're used to is the taste of Gordon's gin.
But I never took painkillers. Never. Because I have a few people in my family who have addictive personalities, and they got addicted to some bad stuff. And in particular, one of them is a close relative of mine who will remain nameless, but has never in their entire life been off of something. Let's put it that way. And I know for a fact that more than likely, with the kind of person that I am, with the history that I am, that I tend to sometimes get addicted to certain things, that if I were to start taking painkillers, I may become dependent on them. Now I can't even start my day until I have my painkiller today, right? I gotta pop the pills. And I don't want that life. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become a slave to it and then become where the whole life is about it, right? So I do self-medicate. When I do have some pain in my back, I have a drink or two to numb it a little bit. And I try not to go overboard with any kind of self-medication that I do.
Pain doesn't really bother me that much simply because I've had so much of it. So when I get this neck pain, it's like,
I fucking love that you said, when I get this neck pain, it's like, and you shrugged. You fucking shrugged without flinching. I just want to appreciate that moment, because as you're talking about, I'm used to this pain, you fucking shrug. Oh, I've got pain right here at this bit. No fucking way, Philip. I cannot take your claims about the pain that you have and how used to it you are psychologically and physiologically. I cannot accept that. I cannot take it seriously. It just betrays to me that you don't know what you're talking about. You are lying here because you've got no fucking experience of pain. If you did, you would be able to describe it without using the words sharp, shooting, or nerve. Or numbness. I'll give you that one. No fucking way.
I've been through this. I just kind of phase it out. And to be honest, me being here on stream all day, playing games and hanging out with you guys, it just keeps my mind off of it, and I don't really think about it. I feel it more just kind of sitting on the couch than I do being here on stream.
Right. So I didn't think it was worth it in the other back video because it wasn't really that relevant. And I'm not really going to go into it now either because it's not really the place or time. But there is a huge
mental aspect to dealing with an injury like this that, didn't really touch upon, but obviously it just didn't feel relevant because it's Phil. If you're going to claim that, his injury wasn't that bad and it was healed quickly and all that, then there's not really much point going into the mental aspect of going through that and having to come to terms with it, because there's nothing there to come to terms with. And so he won't actually have any mental issues as a result of this. There won't be any periods of depression that he's been through because of his back. I did briefly mention it. I remember saying sort of a slight twinge of empathy, but again, sort of struggling at this point to conjure that because I know so much about the back injury and how much of it is lies. And yeah, the idea that you can phase it out is just frankly insulting on a level that I've probably already mentioned earlier in this video. But I feel like mentioning it again because there's no fucking way you're phasing pain like this out, Phil. If you can phase the pain from your back injury out, your back injury isn't that bad. Especially if you can do it without painkillers or without having a drink every night. I just can't. It's fucking insulting again. It's fucking insulting. I get calls every 4 weeks from my GP because they're trying to manage the amount of painkillers I'm on right now. Because obviously at some point, you're going to have to come off them. And you can't just stop that with the painkillers I'm on. They're quite serious medication. And suddenly stopping them can cause very serious side effects. And so you have to do this very slowly. You have to regulate and lower doses very slowly over a period of time. So I'm finding that insulting. Again, the idea that you could just phase it out. And he was fine just having have a rum and coke or 5 at night before I go to bed, No, you're not phasing anything out, Phil. If it were possible, and I've said that I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy, but my God, he is making a very strong case for an exception. Because just to see him experience a fraction of the pain I've lived through would be amazing for me.
So it's a good thing to be able to keep your mind off of it, right? So I will hopefully recover more in the next week and it'll be done. I really like for this to be completely done.
Yeah, so would I, because I did 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. And apparently that wasn't fucking enough. So, yeah, I would as well. I think that's it. I think he's done. Which means I can have another break. And then come back to finish this off. Because hopefully he won't mention his back again. Although, if he does, I've at least given you something, and I hope someone calls him out on it. And then, in that time, I'll have been able to get this out as well. In fact, no, that'll be what it is. I'll put this out and he'll complain about his fucking back on that very same stream. I swear to God. I'll put it out later that day. Guys, I woke up and my neck's really sore again, and it's really reminded me of the time when I had a severely herniated disc in between my R4 and R5 vertebrae? Because, I had shooting nerve pain. All right, it's clearly getting to me now.
Shooting nerve pain.
So after that last clip, I thought it would be better if I just waited until he stopped moaning, and it seems to be a point after about 2 weeks now since he's stopped moaning. So, I think we're done with the neck mini arc, but I still feel like covering it because it does still warrant further expansion and, again, reiteration that this is the same lie that he told all those other times that have been over in the 959.59, and we know them to be lies. So, because we can see exactly the same thing here, this is also likely to be a lie. I just feel like further reiterating that point. So we've got a bunch of clips to go through, and the first one is from the Level 1 podcast, the 14th of February, 2025.
So, my neck is killing me again. This sucks. Like yesterday, my neck actually felt good. For the first day yesterday, as I was streaming Call of Duty, I actually didn't feel any neck strain.
You will notice that the moment we start talking about how bad the pain in our neck is, our hand is up there. It wasn't before, but now that we're mentioning the pain in our neck, it's got to be here.
And I was like, oh, maybe my neck is getting better. Now, I still can't move my head to the right. I still get nerve pinching and pain.
Not to belabor a point that I've spent many hours going over and reiterating previously. But if there is an issue up here that's causing a nerve to be pinched, you might want to get that checked out quite quickly, because if that nerve continues to be pinched, you might lose the ability to move everything below where that pinch is happening, which is everything below here. Again, the seriousness of the issue that he wants to take ownership of, the way that he wants you to believe his body is. He wants you to think that he has this condition, and it's so fucking serious that people who've got experience in this area know how serious it is. And that's why there's the disbelief of, well, why aren't you going to the fucking doctors? Because this is such a serious thing. You're risking full body paralysis if it is as severe as you want people to believe it is. And you're not going to get that checked out. Even if it's not, even if it is just like a nerve being trapped by a muscle and, you know, a bit of physio or, you know, some like that. And, oh, one day I've woken up and I feel great now. You'd still want to eliminate that possibility. So, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse.
But like, it wasn't just like hurting me all day, and I was like, oh, this is a good thing. Now all of a sudden this morning it hurts again. Yeah, you know, you can say it could be a million reasons why.
That's an interesting number.
I don't know. I was sleeping on the same pillow last night, so I don't know. Maybe I accidentally moved my neck this morning or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. So I'm gonna do my best. At least I'm not playing Call of Duty, because I think that would have given me the most strain. I am playing Street Fighter, and that stresses me out, but it's not really going to strain my neck, I don't think.
Yeah, it's not like stress has an effect on the body, is it? Fucking hell. This, it's just wild. He's talking about it like he's having to go fight a war or something, you know? Like, the difference is between, you know, sitting with your hands like that or sitting with your hands like that, you know? It's fucking mad. Just change your settings and your things. Fuck me. If you're getting pain while you're sat with your keyboard here and your mouse here, maybe you want to move the position of your desk or your keyboard or your mouse or your chair, or you move closer, move further away, you know, move up a bit, get lower. I don't. How 42? He's 42. I don't want to go down that hole, but fucking hell.
So hopefully it won't be that big of a deal. But it sucks. Like right now it hurts. So if you see me like looking and feeling uncomfortable, it's because I am actually in pain right now. Trying to, you know, tough through it and ignore it or whatever.
Yeah. No. Just want to be done with that. I don't know how many more ways there are to say the pain that you're feeling is nowhere near as bad as you want people to believe it, and you are not toughing through anything. Because again, spoilers from the future, but having checked, he managed to do quite well when it comes to turning to the right over this period of time.
And I could do some twisting, but I cannot lean my head to the right at all. Oh. Phil, and Phil. And we're going to dance. We're going to dance tonight. We're going to do that. I'm doing a back-to-back dancing with Phil. All right. Very nice. Can we get some support for the silliness tonight? Can we get some support tonight for this ridiculousness, please?
So, here and now, that's going to be forgotten in a bit. And he's going to be able to do that. Because, like, he does this with his chair constantly. And if you're doing this with your chair constantly and trying to maintain focus with the camera, it means that as your chair is moving, the rest of your body has to be as well, which turns the neck, because your face and your head and your eyes are not moving. They're locked on, but the rest of your body is. So it's a bit like difficult to do this if you're telling people, hey, I can't do this. So the fact that you can't do this is swiftly forgotten because you've done this more often than you've complained about your neck. So this is a more natural thing for you. You're more comfortable doing this. This is fucking mad. All right, we're done. move on to the next one. So the next clip is from 2 days later. It's during the Elden Ring Nightreign beta. Is it the beta test? I say beta, and people got mad at me for it. So, you know. At least my list isn't like this, you know, and at least I will correct myself when I'm proven wrong. Anyway, this is from the Nightreign beta. I don't know what that accent was, sorry. Hello, sirs. Kaiser Augustus here on behalf of the Dinner World Order. Now, guys, this next clip comes from... I can't do it. Sorry, Kaiser. I can't maintain it. Anyway, let's carry on.
Well, a couple quick shout outs. I received a $5 tip. An anonymous tipper. Thank you. Thank you for the anonymous tip. Sorry, my shoulder is killing me again. Like I said, I must have pinched the fucking disc again in my neck.
Okay. Two things. Firstly, you pinched a disc. You are holding like this portion of your neck and your shoulder here, right? There are no discs there to pinch. The discs are going like down the middle of you. You know, they're in your spine. Their location is quite easy to work out, and it's not here. You know, it's not on either side of the neck. It's in the middle. So, you know, if you can't feel your vertebrae by running your hand down your neck like that, then you're probably not touching a disc. Secondly, if a disc was pinched, again, I would be going to the doctors, especially one up here. Like if you want to be like here, you're talking like C5 to C7-ish. There, you know, at that point your nerves have started branching off this way, so you might be all right, but still, I would want it checked out to make sure that it's not something further up. Like it's not a C3 to C4, because that's really close to the brainstem and where all your nerves come from, and that's really risking paralysis. Again, he doesn't know what he's talking about. This is another one where his ignorance betrays the deceit, because you just can't pinch a disc here. You can't pinch a disc. At best, I hope that he is just misspeaking here and he means nerve, because there is no fucking way. They're just not here. They're not in this bit where he wants you to think the pain is coming from. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Okay, and thirdly, I know I said 2 points, but a third has just occurred to me. Let's take a look at how far he's moving when he gets that flash of pain then, when he gets that, like, quite possibly the first ever recorded flinch. Let's have another look at that.
An anonymous tipper. Thank you. Thank you. Fuck.
He didn't move. He's perfectly like from an anonymous tip. Like so. Either the pain is massively delayed from when he's moving his arm that's currently forward moving his mouse, when he's moving that back and he feels the pain then, and he manages to get out for an anonymous tip before feeling that pain, in which case, Philip, again, get to a doctor. That's really bad for very different reasons, but still, you should not have that much delay in your reflexes. If you would have felt that pain as you were pulling your hand back from your mouse and your shoulder was moving back, you would have felt it then and you would have reacted then. You wouldn't have managed to get out this.
An anonymous tipper. Thank you. Fuck.
Again, it's a lie, because you just would have felt it. Like, what was he doing? He was doing nothing. Look.
An anonymous tipper. Thank you. Fuck.
He's staying in that same posture as he's going from an anonymous tip. Like, it's just so frustrating, because it's so obvious that it's a lie, and you feel so ineffectual that all you can do is this. That all you can do is like just show it and highlight it and go, look, this is a lie. like I've got my hand on my mouse here and I'm moving my shoulder back. And I'm thinking, like, there isn't even that much movement because he's mainly sitting back there like that, and his upper body is mainly staying still. This bit, at least his shoulders, from his shoulders up, he's mainly staying still. There's very little movement of the shoulder to come back because his arm isn't moving that far off the mouse. It's likely he'll be moving his mouse a different way, and there's no flinch. He just, for an anonymous and then the arm goes up. There's no like. There's no there's no response. He's just like partway through this sentence he was like, oh yeah, I haven't mentioned my neck in a while, and decided to do it.
Tipper, thank you. Fuck.
It's like I can't. There's no response. There's like no physical response to that pain. You just decide, oh yeah, go, fuck. You don't even turn to look at it. Like most people, when you if you hurt your hand or something, you look at it to see what the fuck you've just done. You bang your foot, you look down to see what you've just kicked. So if he's moving his arm and his shoulder goes, you'd go, fuck, and you'd try to look. You'd see if like you bang something, like maybe you bang your elbow and it's shot up, or maybe there's like something on you, or you just like check, you instinctively look. You don't even look away from his fucking monitor that's like 10 feet away. You don't fucking move.
An anonymous tipper, thank you. Fuck.
It just comes out of nowhere. It comes out of fucking nowhere, and there's like no other physical response. Oh my god, this one's got me more than I thought it would. Only fucking 9 seconds in. Fucking hell.
An anonymous tipper, thank you. Fuck. Thank you for the anonymous tip. Sorry, my shoulder is killing me again. Like I said, I must have pinched the fucking disc again in my neck.
I don't. Just move on.
Some parts of the day it feels great. Other times of the day it feels awful.
You literally move like that. You move like that to burp. You're like, I can't move my head like that. I can move like that to burp, though. Like, what the fuck, man? I'm guessing, and I'm going to guess, right, that the parts of the day where it feels okay, the parts of the day when you are close to, if not actively consuming, a gin and tonic or a rum and coke. It's one of those things where if it's okay sometimes and other times it hurts, that inconsistency would also worry me. Constant pain is one thing, but pain that comes and goes makes me think, hang on a minute, something's definitely wrong here because this keeps happening. I would want that checked. Again, every time that I feel like he complains about it, the response should be, then go to a doctor. And he fucking won't.
And right now I must have pinched it somehow during the break. It was feeling good during the break, and now somehow I pinched it, and now I'm in pain. So, great.
How did you pinch it? How? Because I watched when it happened just then. We all saw you not move, continue to thank this person for the anonymous tip, and then immediately get pain. So if you pinched it, it must have been in this moment, because otherwise it would have been a constant throughout since, say, earlier in the day. But it's not. I mean, you did this Elden Ring stream. If it had happened earlier in the day, you wouldn't have been able to, because you'd have been like, fuck me fucking neck, me shoulder, guys. Instead, you managed to do this Elden Ring stream, and you were there going, thank you for the anonymous $5 oh, fuck. I just tried to do it then. That's just how instinctive it is when you think, oh, this bit of me is in pain. I just... Like, how did you pinch it, Philip? What were you doing at this point? Thanking the person for the anonymous tip. And then going, my neck. Like that. There are times during the day when it feels okay, and there are times when it's sore. And I feel like those times are when Phil is, not thinking about it, and when Phil has remembered to mention it. So, yeah. And again, finally, if you pinch something up here, go to a fucking doctor. You're risking full body paralysis, mate. If the worst comes to the worst, and this is indicative of a problem in your neck, you might want to get that checked out before it gets to the point where you need to live the rest of your life in a fucking wheelchair, and Kat is wiping parts of you that she did not sign up to wipe when she fucking married you. I know I've used that one before, but I just like it too much. It paints a very vivid picture.
All right, so thank you, whoever that is, an anonymous $5 tipper. And
we're moving there. Moving around forward now. Leaning forward, looking down slightly.
Another troll tip. Yep, another moron.
I'll move my arm, controlling my mouse to ban that person now. We look fine doing that. Remember, guys, we pinched something in our neck.
Yeah, getting old sucks. There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh my God. No, not this again. Not this again. No, there is something you can do about it. You just don't want to do anything about it. You're a fucking narcissist who wants to abrogate their responsibility for fucking everything in their life. And you are at a situation now where your neglect of your body has put you in this situation. Again, if I want to take you at face value and assume that your comments about being in pain are legitimate and you are genuinely in pain, rather than just fucking lying like you have shown time and again to be the sort of person who does, you should go to a doctor about this, because you have failed to maintain your body. It's all your fault, and now you are at serious risk of very serious conditions. So, suck it up, go to the doctor, and do other things in the meantime that are actual lifestyle changes, not moving to a place with a garage so you don't have to carry your shopping so far, but doing things such as eating healthily and walking and a bit more exercise, maybe lift a few weights here and there, because your doctors would have told you that you can only not do those things then when your back first went. It's his own fault. He just doesn't want to do things like exercise and physiotherapy. He doesn't want to go to a doctor and seek treatment. Again, something like this is good when you need to manipulate people. And if you go to a doctor and get it treated, you can't do that anymore because it's been treated. So try to avoid the doctor at all costs.
Fucking neck is killing me. It's so annoying. What did I do? I don't know. You tell me. I wasn't doing any strenuous physical activity. But then again, my lower back injury was when I was in my 20s. I wasn't doing anything then either, so.
Were you not playing touch football, Philip? Had you not been spending most of your childhood carrying heavy books on your back? Which is a thing that a couple of people have said, actually, no, he probably would have done, but I'm still not believing him because it's the word of a liar. And I doubt he did it all day. I assume that he sat down at some point at school. So, yeah, not buying that. Not as an excuse from him. I'm not denying that the people who've said, hey, I had to do that as well, had to do that. I don't doubt that you did. I just don't believe that he did. So, yeah, you didn't do anything to deserve this. You didn't do anything to cause this. And that's also sort of been the problem, ironically, because you've not done anything to prevent it. So your inaction has led you to this point. And again, it's all your fault, Phil. There's plenty you could do about it. You just don't want to. All right, I think we're done, yeah. And the next clip comes from later on that night, because after he finished with the Elden Ring stream, he did a Q&A with viewers, and he brought it up again.
Why don't I put Ben Gay on my shoulder? Because it's nerve pain from my neck compressing my disc.
A couple of quick things there. Firstly, again, Philip, muscles have nerves. They're innervated. So, might help. Secondly, thank you. Secondly, your neck is compressing your disc. That sounds like a posture thing to me because, you've been sat like that probably for most of the last 2 hours. Thirdly, again, the bit that you're rubbing, assuming it's this bit here coming down into your shoulder, that's going to be much further up because of how the nerves are branching out. Because they're now going away from your spine, down your shoulders, into your arms and your chest. So the nerve here is unlikely to be compressed by a disc at about an equivalent like location, because it's too far away. Unless you've had a serious like injury, if you fell back and like hit your neck on something as you fell, or you know you've had an injury, you've had something fall on your head that's briefly compressed your neck, or you know you've fallen on your head from that. You know, if something like that has happened, he would have said. He genuinely would have made a big thing about it, and he still probably wouldn't have gone to the doctors. But either way, a lot of, I don't want to say bollocks necessarily, but there were a lot of words used there that probably shouldn't have been used there, because that's not really how your neck and your spine works there, you know. But again, assuming that this is true and there's a disc being compressed in his neck and it's causing pain in his shoulder, why are you going to the fucking doctors? Why are you going to the fucking doctors?
Ben Gay doesn't help that. Ben Gay is for muscle pain.
Like, but seriously, just the bit he's holding, unless his fingers are reaching really far around, like his shoulder and his neck muscles should be in the way and like making reaching the vertebrae in your discs difficult, and if not impossible, because you need like your arm all the way up. So, like, he's clearly holding on to his shoulder. Like, he's getting the bit where your neck and your shoulder are starting to join, and he's going for that, and that's going to be muscular. Otherwise, like, you'd be feeling pain like up here because of like how the nerves are moving out here. So he'd be getting like near the base. And again, if he was, that's really, really bad. Injuries up here are really, really bad. You carry a very high risk of full body paralysis. You should go to a fucking doctor. It's a bowels thing. It's the bowels thing. He doesn't know how serious this is. He doesn't know how serious the thing that he wants to claim is. Just like with bowel control. Like, he doesn't understand why that's a serious thing and why he kept being asked about that. This is the same thing here. He doesn't understand that a disc issue in your neck is really, really serious. So you should probably go to a doctor and get it sorted, you know? If you can. Like, if you've got like something C2, C3, C3, C4, doctors are really, really unwilling to operate there. You have to go like quite far and wide to find a doctor that would, because they're so close to the fucking central, they're so close to the nerves here. They're so close to the brainstem and the spine. They're so close to like accidentally getting something wrong, and then boom, that's it. Full body paralysis for the rest of your life. Cat having to change your colostomy bag. The bottle you piss in. Your house having to be modified so that you can get your wheelchair in. Can you imagine if this was real and something was wrong with his disc in his neck, and he did have to start a stream one day by saying, guys, something in my neck went wrong with the disc and now I can't move. You know, he's like this in his chair and now I can't move. That's it. I'm paralyzed from the leg down now. Can you imagine Kat taking care of him? Do you think she's capable of it? Do you think she could adequately make sure he doesn't, I don't know, get bed sores or, you know, get sepsis from an infection because she didn't move his legs properly when she was putting him in the chair or getting him out of it? Or she didn't wipe an area properly or properly dry an area after showering him, so he got a skin infection. There's like so many things that they don't consider. And you wouldn't think of, unless you're in this situation, unless you or someone you know or a loved one has had this injury and had this thing happen. There's all sorts of things that you just never think about. You sit down differently than when you're sat down. When somebody is carrying you or moving you, lifting you from a bed to a chair, and they sit you down. You then need somebody to move the muscles in your leg so that you're not sat on them properly, because they're still there. They're still part of your body. They can still get infections, bed sores, things like that. There's just like a vast area of concerns and considerations that they would not be prepared for. And he's risking it. If you want to take him as like at face value that there's something wrong with the disc in his neck, he's fully fucking risking that by not seeking treatment. He's not going to the doctor and going, "Can I get an MRI, please? I want to make sure this is all right." So the seriousness of the situation just betrays his ignorance and his deceit because he doesn't know how serious it is.
And it's not muscle pain I'm experiencing, it's nerve pain.
Now, I'm willing to bet he has actually got muscle pain up here. Because, again, he's just complaining about his shoulder at this point. He's not really bringing up the arm, right? And he's not saying he's getting tingling in his, or that he's losing. He's bringing up a time when he lost sensation in his thumb, but he's not saying it's happening now. So, from this bit, it seems like the pain is here in his shoulder, which to me would likely be muscular, because obviously if it was nerve pain, it would radiate up and down. So... I don't even know what Bengay is, but if it's like a topical thing like Tiger Balm or DP or something, then it would probably benefit him, again assuming that his injury and his pain is real in the first place, which it's probably not. But either way, go to a fucking doctor if there's a disc in your neck that's being pinched and it's causing nerve pain. You fucking moron. You absolute bellend. You colossal tit. Why aren't you going to a fucking doctor? Do you not understand what you're at risk of doing? Look, we're moving ahead. He did it then. He did it then. He was like this as his chair was moving. So he's having to turn his neck. Fucking hell. And the day after that, we have a couple of more mentions on the pre-stream, so we're going to have to cover that. And once again, it's not a podcast, so I'm not going to call it a podcast. It's just a pre-stream. 5 fucking minutes. Holy shit.
I seem perturbed. Oh, I'm not perturbed at all, Zayas MD. I'm in pain. My shoulder is killing me again. My neck and shoulder are a lot of pain today.
Okay, so look at that hand placement now. We are moving away from the neck. We're not up here anymore. We're not like close to discs. We're now here. We're on the shoulder. We're running towards the arm. So nerves that are coming through here have had to be branched off a bit further up the neck. So for a disc to start affecting these nerves here, it must be bulging a bit further up the neck, because otherwise it's going to be more likely to be affecting the ones that are going straight down and continuing to go down, that branch off around your lungs and your digestive system, and then they get to your waist, and then they start going into your legs. So you know how the nervous system branches around the body. Here it's going to need to be a bit higher up, and again, the higher up the neck you get, the more serious the risk. And he's not going to the doctor for it.
But outside of that, no, I'm not perturbed at all. I'm having a good time chilling with everyone here. I got my highlight done from earlier today on the podcast to upload overnight. So all I got to do, ride this out to like 9:30ish, and then say goodnight, film my daily wrap, upload quick. I'm out of here. I'm actually going to be able to spend some more time with my wife tonight. So I'm in a good mood right now. What is my favorite game in the rotation right now?
All right, this next bit is bollocks and has nothing to do with what we're here for, so I'm just going to skip ahead.
How about trying an ice pack? No, here's the problem. It's not muscle pain. It's not muscle strain. It's not swelling. It's nerve pain.
But Philip, sorry, I'm eating a sesame snap. If you're feeling nerve pain here, it means that a disc further up your neck is possibly impinging on it. And if that's the case, you need to go to a doctor right now before that disc herniates further and completely blocks it. Because then that nerve can't send signals to anything below it, which is going to be anything below your fucking neck. Something as serious as this. If you're feeling nerve pain here, it's something up here. Probably like C3, C4. Maybe C5. If you're lucky. There was a guy when I was in hospital. I think I might have mentioned him at some point in a previous video. He was an older Asian gentleman. And he was having, I think it was C3, C4, and C4, C5 fused. And he'd said that the discs above, so C2, C3, and obviously C1, C2, they were also like bulging as well, but the doctors were just like completely unwilling to do it because of how close it is to you know, your nerves up here, or the brainstem, like the central nervous system, the main bit that sends signals to fucking everything else in your body. It's really, really dangerous. It's really, really risky. It's really fucking serious. So the fact that you are like, I'm just going to wait. I bought a new pillow and I'm just going to wait for something that could potentially be like a C3-ish, say either 2 or 4, like herniating disc. That's really fucking stupid of you. And it's another reason why I know you're lying about this, and I know that you don't know where this pain is coming from. You just think you do. Because it's just that serious. It's just that serious. Anybody else would know. And they'd go see a doctor, get it treated. Or at least have like a scan to check. Here I feel like he's more likely to be muscular. I feel like he's just like falling asleep maybe with his arm like that. You know, maybe he's or like behind him. You know, he'll have passed out drunk again. That pillow would have made it all of like 2 days. And then because he's not immediately better, it clearly doesn't work. So, again, Philip, if this is nerve pain here, it means something's seriously wrong further up here. So, you know, get this checked out, Philip. Or stop lying.
Because my neck is pinching my disc.
I don't know why I started eating. I thought we'd move on. Again, right? I don't know what you can quite mean by my neck is pinching my disc, other than the vertebrae in your neck are moving slightly out of place, so they're obviously going to be pinching the disc between them at one end. But that would mean that there'd be like, you know, a bulge at the other end. So either way, I think that's the sort of thing that I would want to go to a doctor and get checked out, because once again, it's a disc in your neck. If your neck is moving and like a vertebrae is moving out of place and pushing a disc that's bulging another way and aggravating this nerve that runs down here, fucking doctor, mate, go now. You have no idea of how much you are endangering your life if you are telling the truth, which makes me think that you're not.
My neck is misaligned.
Dude, right, okay. Okay. No evidence for this. He's never mentioned this before. He's never said, I've got an appointment at the hospital because I've got this pain in my neck and I've had a scan and it turns out that, hey, my neck's misaligned. Never mentioned when talking about his back, I had a lower back injury. I had to have an MRI scan for that. That scan also showed that my neck was misaligned. So there is no possible way he can diagnose himself with that. And if it is, like, just up here, full bloody paralysis. I don't know how many more times I can say it. That's literally like internal decapitation. If your fucking vertebrae aren't aligned, if your vertebrae aren't fucking aligned, right, and one moves like that, then it's going to cut off the fucking nerves here, or the nerves running through it at the other end are going to be pulled this way as it goes that way, and they're going to catch on this one here. This is really hard to do mirrored. Fuck me. My neck is misaligned, so it's pinching on the... Get to the fucking doctor, mate. Get to the fucking doctor. The fact that you haven't tells me you're lying. I don't know how many more times I can say this. I don't know how many more times I'm going to have to say this. I don't know how many more times I can do this. But I need you to understand that the seriousness of the condition that you are claiming that you have is such that you need medical intervention now, or you can be fucking paralyzed, mate. You know that term that you loved for describing your lower back?
I could lose control of my bowels.
Yeah, you're on that here. And again, Think about who's telling you this. Remember all this.
And it's pinching my disc. And until my neck naturally realigns, which it will.
Now, I just know that he's not going to go into how. He's not going to go into like how the biological mechanics of that work. But once again, this just happens to be one of those things where Phil just has to do nothing but wait. He's not going to pursue any sort of active form of treatment. Although I suppose that, you know, now that we mention it, I guess buying the pillow sort of counts as a treatment. It's the same way as buying the backstretch bench or the shower stool. You know, it's an aid for this condition. So this is like the best form of treatment that Phil is going to get. And wow. Wow, okay, right. I need a few minutes to process that. I don't really know how many more ways there are for me to stress that, you know, the severity of the condition here. Like, just because of, like, it's all your nerves. It's all of them. Like the nerves running down your shoulder and into your arms aren't going to be affected by, like, a lumbar herniation, you know. They're just too far away from where they join, you know, and where the injury is. But up here, because like everything is going down. Everything is going down the spine at this point here. And there's not really like much variation until about partway through, where things are starting to, you know, they're starting to branch away, and then they're starting to go into your chest and across your shoulders and down your arms and all that. And it just like movement up here, we are talking like millimeters make the difference between mobility and full body paralysis. In you know, it can get like that bad. and like there were a couple of people on the ward. It wasn't just like that the older Asian fellow. There were a couple of people during my stay that had upper neck, like herniations and things, and they were getting treatments in the necks. So, you know, like not everybody had a lumbar injury, but I just can't stress the seriousness of it. Like I can't any more than I already have. And that's how I know these are lies. These are manipulations. He's trying to get you to feel bad for him because he's got this really bad thing happening to him at this moment. But he doesn't know about it. He doesn't know about like how serious it is up here. He doesn't know that there's like slight difference between it happening your L4, L5 and your C3, C4. You know, it's that they're worlds away. because down in the lumbar region, you can still move your upper body, but up here, it's everything. And he doesn't understand that, so he just feels like, oh, you know, I've mentioned discs before, I've mentioned nerve pain before, you know, I can say it's happening in my neck, you know. Although, interestingly, I've noticed that he's gone for the right arm, right? And now, when he talked about the numbness from his lower back injury, he would never commit to a leg. He would always say legs. He always said that he had it in both, which again, in 959, it's like biologically unrealistic. It's like almost impossible. You'd need to have a very specific sort of injury for that to happen, and he's clearly not. And it would have affected other discs as well, as the shock travels down and makes it herniate out in both ways, so it can affect both legs, you know, because the nerves have started branching off. So he never committed to one. He would always say both. And he did that because, like most liars, if you have details you can pin him down on later, you can prove a claim to be a lie. And something as simple as, you know, which leg you felt numbness in is going to be one of those things that he's going to get called out. Although, again, which year it happened is also something that should be called out a bit more often, because
I noticed that in the earlier clip, he said I had it in my mid-20s. He's obfuscating that now. He's refusing to commit any further. He wants it misty and vague. We have spent ages claiming it's been 2007. We claimed it's 2006 a few times, 2008, 2009. I think at one point he did say 2010, but I might be wrong about that. He's also claimed to have had it for 20 years, pain for 20 years in 2022. So, you know, there's all sorts of dates, and he's never consistent about it. The date that it fucking happened. So, of course, he's not going to pick a leg. He's going to say both, because that's easier to remember, and you don't have to worry about someone later on going, hang on a minute, like last time you talked about this, you said it's in your left leg, now you're saying it's in your right. How do you fuck that up? How do you not get that right? So, yeah, hang on a minute. Last time you said it happened in 2007, but you previously said 2008, 2006, 2009. So how do you fuck that up, Phil? The answer is because you're lying about everything, and that's what we're seeing here. Again, we're lying about it, so we're using terminology and vernacular that we've previously used when talking about similar things. So we can say, you know, my neck is pinching my discs and it's causing nerve pain, without fully understanding the severity of that claim and how him not going for treatment for that betrays his ignorance, because it's such a serious thing. Just like with the bowel control thing, he doesn't understand why that's such a serious thing. So when he mentions it, it betrays his ignorance, because he wants you to think shitting himself or it hurting when he goes is the bad thing, when the reality is, obviously, again, like I've said before, that it's a sign that something is going wrong and you might die. So again, the severity of that, the severity of this, they both betray his ignorance and his deceit. He is lying here. And I want that publicly known. As much of a record as this is that I can state, I want it publicly known. I think he's fucking lying about this. I think he's fucking lying about everything to do with his back. So, I want it publicly known, Phil. You lied about your back. You've lied about your back injury. You've lied about your back.
Over time, I'm going to keep having this pain. It's different every day. Like, no lie. One day it was so bad, I just had it constant. I didn't even have to move. It was just shooting pain all day because it was in a bad way.
Number one, shooting pain. Hooray. Was it sharp? Or was it shooting? Secondly, it's varying. Again, varying. So it's probably something that's moving, which is likely to be your shoulder more than it is to be your neck and the discs in there. But again, if it is the discs in there that are causing multiple days of very, very different sensations of pain that you still can't describe beyond sharp or shooting, then go to the fucking doctor, because you're risking full body paralysis. You fucking moron.
Then I slept. I wake up the next day. Okay, now it's not so bad.
See, again, if it's the way you slept, it's likely to be muscular. Unless you've slept in such a way that has, like, you've had a pea under your neck. You know, 10 mattresses down, there's a pea and you can feel it. You know. Other than that, it's likely to be because you're passing out drunk instead of going to bed properly.
Now it's only if I move my neck a certain way. And then other days it's different. Like, some days it's worse and better.
Some days it's worse and better. I've just come back from a break and now I need another one.
Some days it's worse and better.
Some days it's worse and better. Some days it's worse and better. I fucking can't. I can't. It doesn't make sense.
But all those things you guys are talking about, heat packs, ice packs, freaking icy hot, you know, all those things, they don't work on nerve pain.
They will still help alleviate some pain. When I came out of hospital, the nerve issues in my foot were so bad that my foot felt like it was burning. It lasted quite a while, this. It lasted for a few weeks. And then it gradually just got colder and colder. But for the first, I think it was 4 or 5 weeks, it was red hot. It was hot to the touch. It was swollen. It was inflamed. And for about 2 weeks, I'd keep covering it in with ice packs. It was the only way I could get any relief from it. I'd use ice packs. I'd use, bags full of ice cubes. I'd use frozen peas and things. I'd wrap things in tea towels and have my leg resting on them. I'll have them on top of my foot. Anything I could to just take my mind off the burning. It was so hot and it was so relentless. And then my doctor gave me a bollocking and said, don't do that. Don't try to freeze your extremities. You know, you sort of want to keep good circulation there. So maybe don't do that. And, you know, end up taking a different sort of medication to help deal with it. And then gradually it's transitioned into feeling colder and colder and colder. And now the only relief is like bundling it up. I've got a fan heater here. I've got a fan heater underneath my desk. And I can put my foot right next to it and not feel it. I can put my foot on radiators. I can hold it in front of the fire and I don't feel it. So, you know, it's a bit of a weird sensation, that. But it's still a nerve issue that I'm trying to at least alleviate using different things that cause different temperature sensations, such as, you know, the heat packs and the cold packs that you are being recommended, because they can help, Philip. That's why you're being recommended them. They do work, and you're wrong about this. And once again, you're lying. This is all just because you don't want to do it. This is all just because you don't want treatment. You don't want to actually have to do anything. You're just going to wait for the issue to go away. You wait for it to resolve itself, just as you've done with everything else. We are back here again.
They only work on muscle pain. They're made for muscle pain.
But they also help in other ways. It's like paracetamol is made for headaches, yeah? It also works in conjunction with other medications. I don't take paracetamol because I get headaches. I take it because it helps gabapentin be more effective. So it's something to do with how the body breaks it down, and at the same time as it's breaking down the gabapentin. So anyway, you can sometimes use things that are made to treat one thing to treat another. That medication that I just mentioned being on because of my foot is amitriptyline. It's being used to help treat nerve pain. It's also being used to help deal with depression, because plenty of people use it as an antidepressant because it also does that. So you're being recommended things that will help you at least deal with the fucking pain, even if they're not correcting the issue. I am sure he complained about doctors doing that. Clip, please.
Likely what's going to happen is the rest of my life's going to be like this. And there's not much I can do about it, because back issues are back issues. And every doctor says that too. They're like, yeah, you know, when you have lingering back issues or you have a history of back issues, there's not much you can do besides treat the issue, as opposed to, like, you know, what could have caused it? What am I going to do? Sleep in a neck brace every night to make sure I don't twist my neck and accidentally do something? You know what I'm saying? It's really dumb.
Yeah, he was complaining about doctors treating the symptoms and not the cause. Like illness and disease and accidental injury are the same things, and the causes of them can be treated. You know, like you can be treated for, you know, not falling out of a tree before you go out into the forest to climb with your friends. You know, you can be treated for not falling off your bike before you go out on a ride. You know, you can be treated for not being involved in a car crash before you get into a car and drive off. So, yeah, I remember that. And this is the same thing. He's like, it's not treating the direct cause. And it's like, no, but it can treat a symptom. It can help you alleviate some of the pain.
Nerve pain, you have to be taking like heavy anti-inflammatories.
I don't take a single anti-inflammatory. Not to say that you can't take anti-inflammatories to deal with pain caused by nerve issues. But, Philip, aren't anti-inflammatories done to mainly treat muscle things because they're anti-inflammatory, so you don't inflame a muscle further? That's something being used for one thing that it's designed for, and also being used to treat another thing that it's not specifically designed for. And secondly, Philip... Sorry. And sesame seed stuck in my throat. And secondly, Philip, no, you would take neuropathic medication for nerve pain. You wouldn't take anti-inflammatory for it specifically. Anti-inflammatories are not designed for nerve pain. They can help with the symptoms of nerve pain, such as, the pain, but they're not going to treat the issue. Neuropathic medications like gabapentin and pregabalin are going to do that. Those are very serious medications. You are right, you have to take them. I've been taking them for 10 years, Philip. Once again, I happen to be in an area where I've got a bit more experience and knowledge than you. So, you might be wrong on this one. Because again, you don't really know, do you? You don't really know much about this. You don't know how you would really treat this injury because it was never so severe for you to require that level of treatment in the first place, which is why your idea of really heavy medication is it Advil, I think, is the anti-inflammatory. One of them is, and one of them, I'm sure Tylenol is the paracetamol one. But either way, your idea of serious medication is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, and you just don't have any conception of something like gabapentin. So you don't know how that works. You don't know what it's for. You don't know how you treat nerve pain. So you're sort of blundering into an area where your ignorance is just further highlighting your deceit. Anyone else with experience of nerve pain would go, you must be on something serious like gabapentin or tramadol, which again is not necessarily neuropathic. It's an opioid, but it's used commonly to treat very, very severe pain because it's quite strong. So again, you'd have a bit more awareness of what actual serious medication is. And he doesn't.
Steroids or getting injections.
Steroids or getting injections. Now, you can take steroids in, pill form, obviously, but injections, he is thinking about steroid injections. He is thinking about the steroid that he had way back in, pick your year. And again, he's only doing that because he doesn't really know what else you do to treat nerve pain from a back injury, because he's never gone down that road. So once again, ignorance shining through here. I love the idea that he's racking his brain right now for anything that you could do, and the only things he has is the medication that he would normally try to avoid taking but still keep in a plastic sandwich bag, and he had a steroid. So I'm pretty sure you can take them in pills. You could get injections as well. I suppose you can get morphine injections. You can inject morphine, but typically it's delivered orally, So hospitals prefer to do it that way rather than, like you might take heroin. So I can't get over this. This is all he's got. This is really all he's got. And I know it's not really coming across that well, but for somebody that's been through this, and if you've got a back issue or a back injury and you've been through something like this, you'll know where I'm coming from. If you've not, you might not, but this is just making it even more obvious that he's lying and making this up because he has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
Stuff like that, this stuff, over-the-counter stuff doesn't really help.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't, Philip. I've been taking 20 tablets a fucking day for the greater part of 8 years. I mean, it's just, I can't. Yeah, no, over-the-counter doesn't work. And the only reason you're saying that is because you've now run out. You've run out of what you know. You can't think of any more examples. You just know that the painkillers must be stronger than what you can get at your local pharmacy. So, yeah, you're fucked. The well has run dry. So you have to quickly wave it and move on. Couldn't possibly conjure up pregabalin or gabapentin. Couldn't conjure up the word neuropathic because you've got no experience of it. Are we finished? We're taking a sip.
Did I ever have this on console? Yes, this has happened before. I told you guys, I have a bad back. It's genetic. My dad has a bad back. I have a bad back.
Not how it works. It's not genetic. You do not have the genetic condition that results in multiple herniated discs. You don't. Because people that do not have a period from their mid-20s to their mid-40s with no back issues at all. They don't. Because multiple discs have not grown properly. Multiple discs have not developed properly. So multiple discs will rupture or collapse or be unable to provide the support that the spine needs. So we can eliminate you from that list because that has not happened to you. You've had one back injury, which we don't even know for sure was a herniated disc. We're only going off of your word. And that's been it. From your mid-20s onwards, that's been it. That is not a genetic back condition. Just because your dad happens to have one as well does not mean that it is genetic. Do you know what my dad has, Philip? Type 1 diabetes. Do you know what I don't have? Type 1 diabetes, which is why I can do this all day, right? I'm gunning for type 2, Dad. But, do you know what? Like, one of my uncles has type 2 diabetes. Diabetes does run in our family. Susceptibility to diabetes does run in our family. But do you know what? He doesn't get it because he's genetically predisposed for it. He got it because his diet and his exercise and his lifestyle were very, very poor and he put on a lot of weight. So, just because a relative has something doesn't mean you're going to get it, right? And there is something you can do about it. You don't want to do it. You just want to throw up your hands and say, it's genetic. There's nothing I can do. It's just like my gout. It's just like my greasy skin and greasy hair. It's just like my itchy skin. It's just like every other fucking health condition I've had. It's just like, we're doing this again. We're doing this again. I'm back here again. I hate it. I hate it. I want it known every time he says my dad has it, it's genetic. I want someone to say, no, it's not. That's not how this works. You do not herniate a disc genetically. You have not herniated your disc because your dad has also herniated a disc. Your dad would have been doing something when his disc ruptured. That thing that he was doing would have caused his disc to rupture. Just like you were playing touch football or carrying school books or were involved in a car crash 7 years prior. You will have done something in your environment that caused that disc to rupture at that time. And there is nothing genetic about that. You do not have a herniated disc or a back injury of any form because your dad does. It's because of something you've done. There's no genetic link, and you are not destined to have this. There is not nothing you can do. There is always something you can do. Even if, right, that future was inescapable, and at some point in the next 10 or 20 years, he herniates another disc. There is something you can do to prevent that from happening. There is quite a lot of things you can do, actually, to prevent that from happening. And you don't want to, so you won't. And, you know, you're almost willing this into existence. You know, you're almost going to be your own worst enemy again. You are your own worst enemy. You're always your own worst enemy. And this is actually another example of it. Because future Phil has to deal with that. But future Phil is going to be dealt a really shitty hand because this Phil is not going to take care of his body the way that he should. He's not going to look after himself, his health, his diet, or the amount of exercise that he does. And it's going to be future Phil's problem, not this Phil's problem. This Phil is just going to have another DoorDash. This Phil is not going to do physio or start working out a bit more. This Phil doesn't care. So it's his own fault. He's his own worst enemy. Okay, now. Oh, I wanted to be all smart and cool and just hit spacebar then and have it play. Hit space on the wrong keyboard and stop the recording.
It's genetics. It's not anything to do with actual physical activity or strain or anything.
Flip that. It's the other way around. It's not genetics. It is everything to do with physical activity and all that. That's another lie. That's another moment of your ignorance betraying your deceit. It is that. You can scream and whine and moan and protest all you want, but at the end of the day, you are responsible for the amount of exercise you do and the food that you eat. It is that. It is down to you. It's your fault. There is something you can do. You just don't like hearing this. And because this is coming from a detractor, you can now discount this. Even though it's coming from somebody who is not only a detractor, but has gone through multiple spinal surgeries and knows what the fuck he's talking about more than you, you still don't like it. You're threatened by stuff like this. You're threatened by people who know more. You're threatened by people like doctors. You're threatened by people who are prepared, like Craig and Steve. You're threatened by this because you know you can't lie your way out of it. You know you can't bullshit people when they've got facts, when the truth is on their side, when they know what they're talking about, when they know what they're talking about more than you.
All right. I had a severely herniated disc in my lower back between my L4 and L5 vertebrae back in the mid-2000s.
Again, not to belabor a point, but semantics. how you define the mid 2000s is going to vary. Are you going to just go from 2005? Are you going to count 2003 and 4? You're going to count 6 and 7? Or just 5? Because again, we're keeping it vague. We don't want people to go, hang on, I remember you saying 2007. Hang on a minute, I remember in 2009, one of the Cannon brothers told Jaha that you weren't coming out because your back was sore. I remember in 2009, on your very first video where you revealed the king, that you mentioned it had happened last fall. So 2008. Which for most people, again, even if you're counting from 3 to 7, so you've got that bit in the middle, most people, that falls outside of. 2008 is usually late 2000s.
The point where it almost ruptured.
Been over that as well. Phil, this thing could rupture is not the same thing as it almost ruptured. Just so you know.
And I had to change my whole lifestyle. I had to lose weight to get it to basically stop being in jeopardy all the time. And then finally, when I moved across the country and I got a different kind of lifestyle, well, now I don't have to carry heavy bags all the time. My car has its own garage. I don't have to, park and walk a long distance with things in my arms. I only need to drive short distances. I don't have to go long ways on the highway anymore, which puts a lot of strain on the back if you don't know that.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't put any more strain on your back than driving an equivalent distance on, regular roads would. There's no extra strain just because you're on the highway. Again, I don't know for sure because I've no idea where this came from. It's been a present idea of his for a long time, but I am reasonably confident in saying that he was at the doctor's and the doctor said, don't drive long distances, such as on the highway, because this can put a strain on your back. Meaning, don't drive long distances, because driving long distances can put a strain on your back. Whereas Phil heard it as, don't drive on the highway, this could put a strain on your back. Hence, earlier lies where he's like, I got on the highway, and within a few seconds.
And so because of that, I have pain a lot when I stand up for longer periods of time, when I drive a car on the highway for more than just a couple seconds actually, or when I drive long distances at slower speeds.
So yeah, this is a lie as well. He's wrong there. And again, the lifestyle stuff, 959.59, all in there. The lifestyle changes. There's even its own segment. It got its own segment. That's how bullshit this excuse is.
All these things. Lost weight.
So you lost weight, you moved, you lost weight. Right. Keeping up.
So I've put less strain on my back. Essentially, it's fixed. Like every once in a while, I'll have a day where I will strain my lower back, but it's not often.
So it's fixed. So you don't have a chronic back condition then, because if your back condition is fixed, it's no longer a chronic condition. It's fixed. So what the fuck are you talking about when you say this is a chronic condition? If it's fixed, then genetically you're all right, aren't you? Because it's fixed.
It's pretty much fixed. But my neck, as I get older, is giving me more and more problems.
Yeah, it's because you spend most of your life either doing this, trying to look at a monitor that's, a good 6 feet further than it needs to be, or you're doing this the moment you end a stream. And you're not going downstairs to your wife for another hour. So, again, don't know for sure, can't necessarily prove, but I am this time 99.999% confident that this is because of his posture. Not anything to do with the discs in his neck.
So there was one day, over 10 years ago, this is when I still lived in Connecticut, I literally had nothing wrong with my neck whatsoever, and I was just stretching, like in the doorway of my bathroom, and just like moving my neck left and right. Boom. Something happened with the disc, pinched the disc, whatever, and I had massive shooting pain up through the arm, into the thumb, and I lost complete feeling in my thumb for 2 months.
Again, this is another lie where it betrays his deceit. His ignorance betrays his deceit. Because anybody else, upon, feeling a pain so sharp and shooting that it goes right down your arm, and then you lose feeling in your thumb, anybody else would go to a doctor quicker than 2 months. There would be a shorter period of time between that happening and seeking medical treatment than 2 months. Anybody else, upon losing feeling in an extremity, would go to a doctor before 2 months is up, assuming you can access a doctor.
which Phil can. Phil is in a privileged enough position where he, especially at the time he's talking about, because he's talking about being in his condo in Connecticut, so he's still quite close to his family, so he still has a support network and people willing to help him with, by, I don't know, putting him on the insurance or lending him money, whatever. He could have gone and got that treated, but he waited for 2 months for feeling to come back. I don't buy this either. I think this is a lie too. I think every claim he's made about his back beyond I have a back injury is a lie. And again, I just want it publicly known. Phil, I think you're lying. And I think if you're in his chat and he does something like this, you feel free to call him out and say he's lying. That's not how it works at all. Why didn't you go to a fucking doctor if you can't move your fucking thumb in your right arm? It's not like you do anything with this, is it? You know, it's not like you regularly grip things with this. It's not like you need to use it to hold things or, you know, to manipulate things or to, you know, move things, pick things up, hold toilet roll so you can wipe your ass. You're presumably right hand dominant. You'll be writing and things like that. Yeah, you're not going to need movement of your thumb for 2 months, are you? It's just impossible. It's completely implausible to even suggest that, because anybody else would think, I should probably go get that checked out so that I can use my dominant hand again. Fucking moron.
It took 2 months for the disc to realign properly and the inflammation to go down and for me to finally just get to relax it.
Oh, I really wish someone would tell him. I really wish there was someone to tell him. Like, I just want the meltdown at chat. I think now more than ever he's quite like on edge and a bit more willing to snap. So I think something like this, because he's put so much of his identity into this back issue, right? And he's claimed to have it for so long that, again, it's sort of like disparaging his Street Fighter accomplishments. It would really wound the ego, because by attacking this, you're attacking a central component of his personality. This is like his injury. He suffered through this, you know, and he came out the other end and he knew better and he had to make all these life-changing things. And, you know, this was a huge strain on him. It was a huge stress for him. It was a huge worry for him and all this stuff. It's all tied up in this. And that's understandable, because I've done the fucking same. Except my injury is fucking legit and I can prove it. So, you know, when he does this, if you attack that, you wound his fucking ego. You really, really affect that. And I think you could get him to snap. Because, Phil, I don't believe your back injury at all. I don't believe anything you say about your back injury. And I think that the people in chat, when you talk about your back injury, should call you out on your lies, because they're lies. You're lying. You don't know what you're talking about, and it comes across to anybody that actually has had a back injury, such as me. So, yeah, you're a liar. You're lying about your back.
And then it went away. It took a long time. So now I'm just about 2 months into this one, or 2 months, 2 weeks into this one. And I'll be honest, it's on and off. Like, it gets better, then it gets worse again.
You seem to move your head quite far to the right there, though. Didn't give a time scale for how long your previous injury took to heal, which is probably for the best, all things considered, because that part of the video, you know, I thought got 2 or 3 songs. That should be enough for like all the short little clips I'm gonna put together, and I ended up needing 6 to 7, I think. But the last bit for when it fucking happened and how long it took to heal, that ended up being longer than a song for when I was putting all that together. So, you know, adding on to that would have been a bit annoying for me personally, so I'm quite glad he didn't. But it's also something that means I'm not going to get mad at that, because I'm not going to go, oh, so now we're saying it took 10 years. You know, there's none of that. I can just breeze past that because he decided to not call attention to the inconsistency there and move on quickly. So thank you for doing that at least. But next time, somebody in chat should, you know, really say, hey, Phil, how long did it take to heal? Because previously you've said this.
I'll be honest, it took a few years, from the years of 2008 to about the years of probably late 2012 into maybe all of 2013.
And you've also said this.
Yeah, the worst I ever had was when I had my severely herniated disc, you know, over 10 years ago. And that took a good 5 years to heal itself, you know.
And you've also said this.
My disc actually healed itself, which is amazing. It took a long time. It took probably about 7 years.
And you've also said this.
So basically, I just stopped doing anything. And, you know, it took quite a long time, because that was back in, like, 2010. Actually, I take that back. That was, like, 2007, 2008 when I was diagnosed. And I had that problem with my back all the way through, I'd say, like 2015, 2016, and then basically got better because I adjusted my lifestyle.
And you've also said this.
back in the day, I say probably from 2008 till around like 2013, I was in a lot of pain all the time whenever I did physical activity. My back was really messed up. It wasn't until around 2014 that things got a lot better for me.
And you've also said this.
It was probably from my late 20s, so probably around the time that I was like 25, 26, all the way through, probably until like maybe 7, 8 years ago. So this was ongoing for, the greater part of a decade. So there's not much I can do again. If I go to the doctor, chances are I probably won't even get to see a real doctor for months. So I don't know. Let me put it this way. If it doesn't get better within a couple of months, I'm going to see a doctor for it, for sure.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you will. Yeah. Yeah, I believe you'll do that. The issue is you waited 2 months. You fucking waited 2 months. And then after 2 months, you're going to go, right, it's quite bad. I need to see a doctor. And then you've got another 2 or 3 months of wait. Whereas if you'd have done it at the start, by the time that 2 months was up and you were feeling better, you could have just cancelled your appointment and it could have been given to someone else. Or if the issue was still there, you could have gotten there quicker. And you'd have been happy that you called for an appointment early on. Fucking wait 2 months before I do anything. Fuck off. An injury as serious as he wants you to think this is. An injury in the location where he wants you to think this is. And he's going to wait 2 months. It just goes back to I need to make lifestyle changes. One of them has to be carrying me shopping less. So I'm going to move to the other side of the country. I'll do that in 2014. But I was diagnosed in the mid-2000s. So anywhere between 2005 onwards. Say, we can probably call it 2008, given Alpha isn't radio. But, again, from that point on to 2014, those 6 years, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait on my disc, which is so close to rupturing that thank God I caught it on the day that I did, is still there. I'm not treating it. I'm not doing anything to actively massage it back into place or encourage it to shrink back into place or push back into place. I'm not doing anything to treat it. I've got to wait to treat it when I move. Which again is bullshit because his back was feeling better before he moved. The backstretch bench did it. Oh, I've done it again. I've fucking done it again. Right, I need a break. So I took a break, which ended up being more than a few days. It was by necessity, I assure you. And normally I would move on to the next clip, but we're not done with this because this clip ends like this.
But I've been through it already. It's always fixed itself every time before now, so I'm not going to go crazy, okay?
And rather than just move on from it, I thought I want to bring it up again because it's so annoying, even though I spent a lot of time going into it in the 9:59:59. His plan is just to wait and do nothing, which is a ridiculously stupid idea to me. The idea that you wait and do nothing. I get the reluctance, again, the American thing of we have to pay and we can't afford, so sometimes we have to avoid, I get that. But I think it goes beyond this with Phil, especially because, if he's had it before and it is as bad as he wants you to believe it is, it's the sort of thing that you really should get checked out. See, during that break I just had, one of those days was the appointment that I mentioned earlier in the video, and that appointment was to get the result from scans that I had a few months ago. And those scans were done to make sure the bone was growing properly and everything was still in place, and the screws hadn't come out, or the rods hadn't moved or anything, to aggravate the nerves going into my leg, because I'm still having severe nerve issues in my leg and they don't appear to be healing. So yeah, that was a thing we did to eliminate this as a possibility, because obviously if it had been affecting the nerve in some way, you could have done something about it. But fortunately, it comes back that it's not. Everything is growing fine. The bone is growing as they expected. The screws and the rods are still in place. Everything's healing well down there. So it doesn't necessarily answer why I've still got nerve issues in my leg, but it's a possibility I can now eliminate. And that was me having to deal with this. That was me having to take active steps to treat this, and to see him go, no, I'm just going to do nothing about an injury that's so severe and so serious that, it is the sort of thing that can result in paralyzation. If you want to be that extreme, he could be paralyzed from the neck down from this, if it's as significant and severe as he wants you to think it is. So, yeah, the idea that you just go, no, I'll wait and do nothing is fucking baffling to me. And now that I've got that off my chest, I feel like we should move on to the next clip. So
Unfortunately, it's from later that day.
I'm getting so many questions. I'm being asked, ow, how's my neck doing? My neck is all over the place. There's actually been days when my neck felt legitimately better, and I was like, oh, this is good. I'm on the road to recovery. And then there's days when all of a sudden it feels like I've re-wrenched it and re-hurt it.
Right, see, now that would suggest to me that it's something you're doing. Because if it feels like, you're wrenching it in some way, then you probably are, So, while on the one hand you can say, like, on some days it's all right and other times it's sore, on the other, that would indicate that it's not a genetic condition, because that would be persistent. That would be constant. It wouldn't, like, herniate some days and then, be okay others. Without him doing anything to treat it, he would need, like, physio or steroids to sort of, like, encourage it back into place. Again, this is like treating it with legitimacy it doesn't necessarily deserve. But, like, let's at least do him the solid of assuming that he's in at least some pain. It's probably minor. It's unlikely to be anything to do with the discs in his neck. But he's probably in a bit of pain. But again, having said that, I just keep coming back to, like, he's lying. He's lying. He's lying about everything. 959 of lies. and it's not enough. This has gone over 3 hours. We are so back. This is your bed, Steve. You made it. You can lie in it.
The pillow is definitely helping, for sure. But there's been a couple nights where I'm doing something and I fall asleep before I'm in position on the pillow.
Ooh. I wonder what that thing could be that makes you fall asleep before you're in position on the pillow. But on the other hand, like, at least I know I was right earlier. The pillow helps sometimes when he's in it. But when he's not in it, that's when he's got an issue. So I was right that, of course, if he used the pillow the first night, he's conscious about where he's sleeping. He's making a deliberate effort to get into bed properly. Of course it works then. But on the nights when he's just falling asleep before he can get into the pillow, how do you fall asleep before your head is on the pillow? You sit on the edge of your bed and you turn around to swing your leg up. And then that's it, you nod off there. What are you doing, Philip? What are you doing? What's stopping you from getting into bed properly?
And the thing is, with this special pillow I bought, it's called the Osteo pillow, you have to be in position for it to work. Like, you have to be in the side sleeper position to keep yourself in place, or you need to be firmly on your back in the back sleeper position. If you're not in those positions and you fall asleep, or if you're not even properly on the pillow, like one night I fell asleep propped up, like doing stuff on the freaking, on my mobile device here.
What particularly were you doing on your mobile device? In bed, propped up, when you just happened to fall asleep? Definitely nothing else involved that might have made you feel a bit woozy, a bit dozy, a bit sluggish, a bit tired. Like, these are the things that are, hard to describe to people outside the Snortex, because you need the surrounding context to fully understand, like, the weight of what he's saying. So, and, like, when family and friends who I've tried my hardest to keep out of the Snortex, but when people do ask me, so, hey, what's this thing here? And what's this thing here? And it's difficult to sort of, like, go into everything around it to make them fully understand why it's such a thing. But, like, right here, he's telling you the pillow works when I'm in it. But there's been a few times in the last week where I've not been in it and I've woken up feeling sore. Why might you not be in it, Philip? Especially if it's a thing that you bought because you're getting this pain and you are conscious of this. Again, why aren't you making this change? Why aren't you actively treating this? Why don't you recognize the severity of this? If you want us to believe that it's such a serious thing, why is it so difficult for you to get into bed with the fucking pillow? Why can you not do that consistently? Why are you struggling with that? I am struggling with words more than you've struggled with this pillow. How do you do that? How? Like, how? The only way you can describe this involves alcohol. It involves staying up late, doing something on your phone that you keep telling people you're not doing, and consuming something you're telling people you don't consume that often. And you need the surrounding understanding of everything to fully appreciate that. So, you know, if a friend saw that bit, then they'd be like, why are you melting down like that? Whereas if you've been into the Snortex, you'll know.
You know, doing research or you know, watching a show for smart guys or whatever.
Okay, yeah, okay. Right. Doing research. Right.
And that doesn't help. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so why do you have so much trouble getting into bed with the pillow? It's been like a week. Has it even been a week, editor Steve? Time check down here, please. But I God, I'm struggling with this because all he had to do was get in bed. All he had to do was get in bed properly. You know, pick a time, get into bed, and make sure that you're not falling asleep before you do that. That's all he had to do to make sure that, you know, this pillow could be as effective as possible. I like, deep down in my gut, I knew it would last like 2 or 3 days and then he'd forget. But I'm not fully prepared to face that reality now. I just can't. I just can't. This is fucking pathetic. Like, how? Oh, fuck. This is only going to get worse because I know how many more clips there are to go.
So it sucks. I'm not feeling better, but I'm not feeling worse. It's kind of like all over the place. Like right now, okay, if I lean forward, I'm good. If I lean back, I'm good. If I go to the left, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. And now when I get to this point, I'm starting to feel a little weird.
I feel like there's a riff in there somewhere. Like, I'm okay, 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 I'm okay. You know.
Like tenseness in the neck. If I try to go to the right, that's it, pain already. Like shooting pain already, as soon as I tried to go to the right.
And the shooting pain is how you know he's got nerve pain because...
I always had shooting nerve pain.
Still gets me, still cracks me up.
So, it's definitely something here, you know, it's pinching the nerve whenever I lean my neck to the right. This is where it is, the disc or whatever.
No, excuse me, no, the disc is not here. No, what the fuck? He did not just say that. I did not just hear that.
This is where it is, the disc or whatever.
No, feel your spine. Feel the bits of your spine. That's where your discs are. There's muscle, Philip. There's muscle so that you can move your head. Oh, and he didn't even try to move to the right.
If I try to go to the right, that's it, pain already.
And he's holding his shoulder. He's holding his fucking shoulder. He's holding here.
It's definitely something here, you know, it's pinching the nerve whenever I lean my neck to the right. This is where it is, the disc or whatever.
Fuck, that reminds me. Right, okay. I am convinced still, and again, I know that I didn't go into too much detail in the 959, but I did bring this up more than once. I am convinced he still thinks that discs feel pain. I am convinced he thinks the disc is sending pain signals. I am convinced he thinks that's what's going on in his neck. It's a disc, and you don't feel pain from your discs.
Ah, fuck. Thank you for the anonymous tip. Sorry, my shoulder is killing me again. Like I said, I must have pinched the fucking disc again in my neck. It's not muscle pain. It's not muscle strain. It's not swelling. It's nerve pain. because my neck is pinching my disc.
They're not part of the central nervous system. They don't send pain signals to the brain. They have little bits of nerves. They have an outer layer of nerves because it's connecting to tendons and cartilage, I think. They're holding the discs in place between the vertebrae. Your discs aren't just floating there. You know, they're held in place. And that's part of it. But they're not part of the nervous system. They don't send pain signals to your brain. You don't feel pain from your discs. And I am still convinced that he thinks that they do. You do. You feel pain from your discs. And it's the things that your discs are interfering with that cause pain. That's where you're feeling the pain from, not from the disc itself.
And the thing is, again, this is something that has happened to me before. Okay? It does fix itself. It just takes time. The body needs time to heal. And it sucks because this is a situation where I can't just not move for days on end. I'm not going to put myself in a full body cast or whatever.
No, but you could get a brace. You could get a little neck brace. You know, this is a pretty good example of the narcissistic tendency to over-exaggerate and take things to extreme. It's like you wouldn't necessarily treat this with a full body cast, but you might get one of them neck braces. That's, you know, a way that people treat the issue while it's healing, but allows them to get on with their daily lives as best they can. That's a thing you could do.
I just have to put up with it, and it's going to go away. Like I said, this actually isn't the worst I've ever had.
Oh, God, it's coming. Here we go.
I've actually had it where my thumb was numb.
Oh, my God. I was so expecting L4, L5 then. I'm sort of happy to be wrong, but again, Philip, if you've got a neck issue and it's causing you to, you know, feel numbness in your extremities, as a person with a nerve issue that's also feeling numbness in their extremities, well, just the one for me, you know, I've been consistent with the fact that it's my right leg. I've never gone legs. So, yeah, but as a person feeling a similar thing, why don't you go to the fucking doctors, mate?
For 2 months, I could not feel my right thumb.
Right, so the reason that I had those scans, as I said before, was because, you know, I'm still having nerve pain in my leg and they wanted to eliminate the possibility that something there was still aggravating the nerve going into my leg. And one of the symptoms of those nerve issues has been a feeling of numbness that's been, you know, gradually getting further and further up my leg. So, you know, I'm sort of losing more and more sensation in my leg as we go. And I'm trying to stay optimistic. It's a little difficult, but I'm trying to stay optimistic that, you know, it is just a sensation of nerves healing and getting better. But either way, to just hear him talk about this, like, I had this feeling of numbness for 2 months and I didn't do anything about it. Again, I just waited for it to go away. Again, it's aggravating on a level I wasn't fully prepared for because, again, I just feel like this is something that's a sign that you might want to get medical attention here. You might want to go and call a doctor and talk about this. And, you know, regardless of the you know, how long it takes you to get an appointment, and if by the time of that appointment you're feeling better, then you can either cancel the appointment so that somebody else could get treatment, or you could go to that appointment and go, look, this keeps happening. It's healed over the last couple of weeks, but it keeps happening. Can we, you know, see if something's going on in my neck, for example? And again, these are like proactive things. These are proactive. These are things you have to do yourself, right? These are things you have to go to. Not only do you have to be part of like the appointment arranging process, but you also have to physically go to these places and undergo these scans and things. You have to physically be doing something. There is more than just like the emotional effort of talking to someone about it and then talking about like how you would treat it. And the actual like going through the treatment, because it's one thing to get pills off a doctor, but it's another thing to take them. So all these things which are proactive and involve him doing something, he avoids, and he comes up with reasons to avoid. And it's just, I can see why people keep bringing up oppositional defiant disorder now. You know, that's a, right, notepad bat. Right.
Because of this, all right? So, I've had it worse. I know it's going to get better. It's just a matter of time. It really sucks that I'm going through this pain right now.
My heart is bleeding for you. It really is.
But it is what it is. Now, eventually, if it doesn't fix itself, yeah, I'll see a doctor.
Okay, see, again, eventually is a far off thing. You know, eventually we'll get there. Eventually I will deal with it. Eventually we will do this. Eventually is like no real time scale other than the future. And, you know, he could make that time as long as he wanted. He could make that time until he was better. And then go, well, I was going to, you know, call the doctor today because it's been this long, but I've woken up and I feel great. So I'm not. And again, it's just the avoidance, it's the opposition, it's the resistance to doing something. And this is your own health. This is your own health. Why wouldn't you? You know, I don't think he fully understands, like, this. Well, obviously he doesn't. He doesn't understand because he doesn't know the severity of the things he's claiming. So he wouldn't understand, like, the severity of being in that situation and how serious you should take it. So, like, he thinks shitting yourself is the bowel control thing, and that's bad. And it's like, no, it's your bowels rupturing and you're getting sepsis and dying that's bad. You know, that's why it's a warning sign, not because, you know, you might shit yourself in public or something. You know, fuck me. So it's that sort of ignorance again. It's like, how long do you want to make eventually? Because I've got all the time in the world. I'm the one deciding, so... Also, has he misspelt Flatman B there? It's not Faultman B, is it? It's Flatman B, right?
Okay? And, you know, how long? I'm probably going to wait a while.
See, a while. I'll wait a while and see what happens. How long is a while? A while is off in the future. It's not next week. It's not tomorrow. It's not in an hour. It's in the future. It's beyond that. It's a long way away. So, again, you're playing with a timescale where most other people would try to seek treatment in that time. And even if you did have to wait a while to get your appointment, you'd still go to that appointment and say, this keeps happening, or cancel it ahead of time so somebody else can get seen in an emergency. So, I don't know why you wouldn't, you know?
Let's see what happens, right? Like, it's funny because, again, sometimes it's different. Like, some days it's just neck pain. Some days it's arm pain. Like, for a day or two, I actually had pain right here.
See, again, right, why are you not going, right? The other day, it was in my neck, and now it's in my arm. That would be alarming. That's fucking what's going on in my leg. It started off in my foot, and now it's above my fucking knee. And it's like, why aren't you getting that treated? I'm trying to get this fucking thing figured out. I want this to go away so that I can get on with healing. Why are you not? Why are you not going, oh, this might be serious, this. I'm starting to get really bad pain in my arm. Philip, if it's as bad as you want people to think it is, you're risking not being able to move that arm at all. Or your other one, or your legs. I'm not emotionally ready for this.
The top of my arm here, that's because it's the nerve. When the nerve gets constricted in a different way, it'll hurt you in a different way. You know what I mean?
Well, it's actually, if you get an injury at a certain place, the nerve will affect you in one of several ways. And those ways can be different depending on where in the spine you get the injury. So it's less about it affecting you in several different ways. By which I mean having different symptoms on different days, like Phil is claiming. And more about, well, we know what to expect when someone says they have a herniation in this area. A person with, say, an L4, L5 vertebrae herniation would expect to feel this sort of pain in this area, e.g. the leg. So when you claim a certain type of pain, there is a way to check that.
So yeah, it is what it is. It sucks, but what can I do?
What could you do? Well, the first thing is obviously physio. The second thing is obviously exercise. The third thing is obviously take a bit more care of yourself just in general, and you might start feeling a bit better anyway.
I'm doing my best, you know, without having to go to the doctor. If I have to go eventually, I will.
You're doing your best. This is your best.
This is you doing your best. Oh my god, you need to fucking stop now, mate. You bought a pillow. And you're not even in it every night. There's been several nights, and it's not even been a week. And for several nights, you've not fallen asleep in it. It's a pillow. Like literally, all you have to do is fall asleep on it. And this is your best. You're saying this is your best. But give up now, Phil. Give up now. Just go to the doctors now. And don't just ask for treatment for your neck. Ask to be like put in a padded room and fed tablets so that they can leave you there. I'm doing my best. I bought a pillow from Amazon, and I've used it 2 nights out of 5. I fucking can't. Do you know something? That MRI scan, the scan that I actually had 2 scans. I had a CT scan as well. But the MRI scan that I went for the results for the other day, I came out of that warm. You see, titanium isn't really magnetic, but the magnetic fields inside the MRI are enough to, excite the protons and neutrons and things. They're enough to like make it warm up. And I came out of it sweating. And it was in fucking October. And I came out sweating. And I was warm around the waist, like noticeably warm. And it took hours for my body temperature to return to normal. And buying a pillow is his fucking best. Fucking can't.
But for now, I'm just kind of dealing with it.
How are you dealing with it? You bought a pillow. That's literally it. You bought a pillow and you can't even fucking use it properly. That's literally you dealing with it. What the fuck? Fucking hell. Still got another minute to go. We are so back. Oh, I'm fucked. This was a stupid idea.
Like I said, with the way American healthcare works, right now, if I would say, I need to go to the doctor, and I contacted my health insurance, they would say, well, you can't just go to the doctor. We got to get you to go to one of these walk-in clinics first.
Yeah, that's going to your GP, basically. You don't go to see the specialist straight away unless you're already a patient of them, in which case you can contact them directly because you're their patient. But to get to a specialist, you have to go to a GP first and say, look, this is my problem. And they go, right, okay, here's how you can treat it based on, being a GP and having general knowledge of this. And if that doesn't work, I can refer you to a specialist who knows about this specific condition. So yeah, you have to go to like one of these places first. They need to sort of like know what's going on with you so that they can send you to the right fucking specialist.
So drive 45 minutes to a walk-in clinic each way. Okay, so I would go to the walk-in clinic. I would explain the problem. The person would just do some basic tests and be like, okay, now I'm going to refer you to the real doctor.
Yeah. Yeah. They need to assess you to know what's wrong, to know which specialist to send you to. Like, that's part of the process.
Essentially, the walk-in clinic visit is a complete waste of time.
It's them making sure you're going to the right place. What's the point of sending me to, like, a cancer specialist? This is going to be no point. That's not why I'm there. Why are you sending me to a rheumatologist? I've got arthritis. Why aren't you sending me to, a specialist serious spinal surgery place? Why aren't you sending me to, neurology so that I can deal with these nerve issues? That's part of the process, Phil. They're trying to get you to the right place.
It's just to make sure you're not lying about your condition. You're not some kind of a hypochondriac or whatever.
No, it's just they're giving you a checkup to see what's wrong. Fucking hell. How is it so alien? Look, and again, we're doing the narcissist thing. We're doing the narcissist thing and making it sound extreme. Listen to how much of an arduous thing it's on here again somewhere. It's right there. Listen to it. Like, you have to go to this place, 45 minutes there, 45 minutes back, which, yeah, obviously, Phil, you're going to come back, but
Listen, you have to go on this really long journey of less than an hour to see someone who'll do like a couple of quick tests. Like, you know, they'll listen to your breathing and your heart, and they might take your blood pressure, and they might, you know, give you reflex, or, you know, with the hammer and see how your reflexes are, things like that. You know, they'll give you the overall assessment so that they can go, right, okay, if this thing is wrong with you, we can send you to this person. Or this thing is wrong with you, we can prescribe you this. And then if that don't work, we'll see a specialist. But he makes it sound like such a massive thing. He's talking about like a quick checkup at the doctor's. They'll probably take his blood pressure and, you know, maybe a sample. I don't know. Fucking mad. Just wild how he has to distort it to this, like, to being this huge thing. I know he's done this before. It's in the back video. It was in 2022. So I know we've been through this whole thing before of, you know, step 1, I have to do this. Step 2, I have to do this. Step 3, I have to do this. And it wound me up then for very similar reasons. You know, I've spent the last 10 years dealing with doctors and specialists and secretaries and nurses and things. And it's not always been the easiest process. It can be quite difficult to, you know, get in touch with the right person at the right time. But it's just such an easy thing compared to how he's making it sound. His distortion is such that he makes, like, phoning your doctor this huge thing.
So then they'd probably give me the specialist referral, and I would hope to get in there soon. But when I tried to do this years ago for my ear infections, the earliest appointment they had was 2 months. I hope that would not be the case. I hope that I would be able to get a relatively fast appointment. You know, but you never know.
Yeah, I you know, it's difficult sometimes to get things done as quickly as you want. The very first scans I had, they took 4 months to get the results from that. That was 4 months of waiting when my disc was at its worst. And so, yeah, I know how difficult it can be to get seen quickly. But again, in this situation, you get that appointment regardless. And then as that appointment approaches, if you're feeling better, you can either cancel it or you can still attend it and go, look, this keeps happening. It took this long to heal last time, but it keeps happening. What's going on? There is still a benefit to you to doing this. This thing will benefit you. That's it. It's that. It's this thing, this exertion, this drama, this pain in the ass thing that you don't want to do will only benefit you later when you get to that appointment in 2 months. You know, it's that. Oh, that's convenient as well, isn't it? You mentioned, you know, I couldn't get an appointment for like 2 months, and the thumb thing took 2 months to heal. You know, that's a bit convenient. Or it could just be a coincidence. I'm sure that's the case. But again, you're not getting the reward straight away. You have to go through this process of, right, I've got to get up to phone them, and then, you know, I've got to drive to go and see them, and then I've got to, you know, be whacked by a hammer on my knee or whatever. So this is a pain, and I don't want to do it because I'm not going to get the reward. It's not like they'll be sending me straight away, you know, and I'm going to have to wait months for the appointment. So I am not getting the reward straight away. The reward is coming in months. The payoff for all this exertion, the, you know, seeing the specialist and being diagnosed and treated, that's coming in months. So I'm not going to see it now. Yeah, I still have to exert all this energy and effort. So I don't want to do it. Cuttlefish passed the marshmallow test, for fuck's sake. Sadly, we're not done because a little later on this happens.
Oh, okay.
Oh, look, did you look? That is a lot of movement for the arms. That is a lot of movement for the neck. Doing that, Philip, that's going to put these muscles under some work. You know, they're going to be moving. And you seem to be doing it without sort of flinching or any real sort of like showing of pain. You're exerting, you know, you're letting out pressure, I guess. You know, if you're feeling stiff and you need to stretch or whatever, you're doing that. But you're not really going, ow, you know, you're not really going, ah, you're not really
wincing in any sort of noticeable way. You appear to be able to move these muscles here quite well. And, yeah, where's the pain? Where's the pain from the disc here? Is this the R region of the spine? Is that where it is? The R4, R5, is that here?
I had a debilitating back injury. In my lower back, I had a severely herniated disc between my... I forget if it was the R4, R5 vertebrae.
Look, I know it's a one-off, but I still love it because it's such an amazing example of his complete ignorance when it comes to this situation that he's trying to claim he's been through. Because he had one letter to remember and he couldn't remember it. So he picked a letter that's not even in the spine. There are 4 letters in the spine, 5 if you want to count coccygeal, but he couldn't remember L. He couldn't remember L, and he didn't pick C, he didn't pick T, he didn't pick S. He picked R, which is fucking amazing to me. So I still love that clip, and I'm going to use it a lot more. Well, I'm going to try to. I mean, it's not quite do you operate a household?
Eternal says, real talk, my work schedule is sometimes horrendous. I find time to read. If you don't want to read, just own it up to it. So, Eternal, let me ask you a question. Are you married? Do you operate a household?
Or,
I always had shooting nerve pain.
But it's still a good one. It's still a good one. I found a lot of gold during that 9:59:59.
Did I answer the question? I got derailed there when the camera turned off, and it kind of screwed me over there for a second, but hopefully it keeps working today. Like I said, if not, I might have to unplug and replug it again.
Look, we're moving Look, that is a lot of work for those muscles if they're in pain. He's reaching the back of his head here with his shoulder up here, and he's not really showing any sign of pain or discomfort. There's nothing there. He's fine. He's not in that much pain. This is the same day that he was fucking comparing it to losing sensation in his thumb, and he's brought up his back. We've been through the whole genetics thing.
It seems that sometimes it happens. You know what it is, too? This PC, I don't restart all the time. So maybe that's what it is, too. But I don't know why that would cause a USB problem with a camera. I don't know. Yeah. James says it could be the chair causing your neck issues. Now, James, if that were the case, if it were this chair causing my neck issues, I have to ask a couple questions. And question number 1 would be, why did my neck magically get hurt now when I've been using this chair for over 3 years?
Because sometimes injuries can be gradual, especially with herniated discs. They can gradually herniate further. You may not feel it immediately because it's not happened yet. But having spent a lot of time in, say, an improper posture, that can cause wear and tear on the discs that results in them breaking down or herniating or rupturing. These things can happen over time, Philip. They're not always like an immediate thing. How do you not get that? This is there. He doesn't know. He doesn't fucking know. He doesn't know how this works. He doesn't know how the back works and how you get back injuries and how they can be caused and treated. He doesn't know. He can't realise that actually, sitting in an improper position for years can cause it to herniate because you are gradually wearing it down over time. Oh my fucking God. And look at him. Look at him going, well, why is it happening now? I've been using it for 3 years. Why didn't I get kicked off Twitch immediately? I've been there for years. You fucking idiot. He can't understand it. He thinks everything's immediate. That's why he struggles with the marshmallow test. That's why he struggles with the task that cuttlefish can pass. He doesn't understand the concept of investment now for long-term rewards. If he'd bought a proper chair and sat properly, the investment would be paying off now because his spine would be in a much better condition and he wouldn't be in fucking pain. Oh my fucking God. He's so fucking arrogant and full of himself, and he's not even finished with this because there's another fucking question to go, isn't there? So this occurred to me while I was editing, and I'm a bit annoyed it didn't occur to me at the time, but in my defense, I was, sort of struggling with a mental blue screen out of just sheer disbelief at how stupid this man can be. And it's that he can't conceive of this thing causing damage over time. He can't conceive of discs wearing down over time. And yet, when you ask him, hey, Phil, what caused your back injury? It's a gradual thing over the course of his life.
It was a gradual thing over the course of my life.
There are many contributing factors, such as driving and crashing.
Sun Quan asks, is that how I hurt my back? I mean, very, very matter-of-factly, that might have been the beginnings, but that was the year 1998 or 1999. I didn't get diagnosed with my back injury until 2007.
Carrying books at school.
Kindergarten through 8th grade, 8 years of my life, when my back was developing, I had a heavy-ass, 20-pound backpack on, weighing me down. I'm sure that might have been a contributing factor to why my back has problems, okay?
Standing up at Street Fighter tournaments.
I used to play competitive Street Fighter. Competitive Street Fighter used to be held in arcades, not at home sitting on a couch playing on your couch with a gamepad or a joystick. It was all standing up for hours on end in arcades.
Being on his feet all day at work.
Most of the jobs that I had until I got out of college were jobs where you're standing, whether it was fast food, whether it was selling computers or products at Best Buy or Circuit City. I was constantly on my feet all the time.
There are several factors that may have contributed over time to wearing down his disc to the point where it might have herniated.
It's very likely that could have been the start of back problems for me. Like maybe I aggravated my back, and then over the years, it just inkling got a little worse, until finally I got full-blown herniated disc, right? It could have been. And I think because of that, again, the fact that in my developmental years, my back always had a big heavy weight on it. During the course of my life, I always had jobs where I was standing up. That could have contributed to my back. So it wasn't one thing that caused this back issue. It wasn't like, oh my God, I got to a car accident where I fell down. Nothing like that. It was just kind of a thing that happened over time.
So when he needs to use it, it's fine. He can grasp that concept. But when someone else is saying, hey, Phil, have you considered that the way you've been doing this has actually, caused this thing to happen? It's like, well, why would it do it now? Why would it do it now? Why wouldn't it have done it the moment I sat down? Why didn't your disc herniate the moment you picked up your bag of books on the first day of school, Phil?
All of a sudden, randomly, the chair decides to, hurt my neck. Wouldn't it have started hurting it right away?
No, not necessarily, no. Sometimes these things happen over time, you fucking idiot. No.
That's number one. Number two, this chair has more ergonomic support than any chair I've ever had before. It has multiple cushions. You got a lumbar cushion. We got back cushion here, right? Where I'm sitting here. It's all good. So I don't know what makes you think the chair could be responsible.
Because it might not be appropriate for you. It might be causing you to sit in an inappropriate way. It might be making you think, oh, this is good, when actually it's fucking not. You may not need that lumbar pillow. You may not need the pillow behind you. They may be bad for you, but good for other people. That's why they're included, but not fucking necessary. You can take them off. It may not be appropriate for you, and over years of sitting in it, you've worn your spine down and things are starting to break and crumble and rupture. Oh my God, how do you not get this? This is like one of those basic things about the spine and herniating discs and back injuries. This is like one of the most fundamental 101 sort of things. Oh, God. He just doesn't know. His back injury can't have been that bad. Somebody must have explained this to him at some point if they were talking about the possibility of a disc being herniated. He does not know.
If I just gotten a brand new chair, then obviously you're looking for things that have changed in the environment that could be the source. And I would say, yeah, arguably it could be the chair. But this chair I've had for many years, so I don't see how that could possibly be, just being honest.
No, you're just being stupid. You're just being an idiot. You're just being someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, despite protestations to the contrary. How can you not grasp that this thing can happen over time? Somebody is saying, hey, you may have been sitting in the wrong way for the last few years, and maybe that's contributed to your neck. I mean, sitting like this at the end of a stream for an hour while drinking cannot be good for your posture. And guess what? That chair will feel comfortable as you're doing it, so you won't move. And over time, things wear down. I cannot, process that. I cannot process how you don't understand that. I need to deal with it later. I need to put a pin in it and deal with later.
Oh, yeah? Felipe Baxter says his chair has a very nice headrest where he can lean his head. Yeah, there goes the camera again, by the way. So I'm just going to unplug and replug the camera in.
All right, we have technical difficulties from this point on, and so we are moving on to the next clip, which is from the next day's Call of Duty stream. So for those keeping track, this is February the 18th.
Get that daily challenge. And the impact grenade is garbage. Sure. Fuck. Dude, I can't do it. I'm playing like crap. My shoulder's killing me because of my fucking neck today. My shoulder is killing me right now.
And obviously the response to that is just, well, move things. Move your desk. Move your mouse and keyboard. Are they like cemented there? Are they encased in, glue and a frame that you can't move? You can move things. Your desk's on wheels, for fuck's sake. Fucking hell. Anyway, moving on. Later on.
Fight 2 enemies that spawned in the room next to me while I'm a sniper.
Oh, we could move our shoulders then. Did you notice that? How can I fight, enemies that spawn behind me when I've got no peripheral vision and I don't really pay attention to my surroundings? No real pain there.
God, this game pisses me off.
Not this time, you son of a bitch.
Now, you may have noticed that in the process of presumably banning somebody, Phil's right arm was quite extended forward. He was leaning forward, he was turning slightly off camera, and thanks to the AI tracking, we got to follow him slightly. And his arm was reaching quite far forward. Presumably he's reaching for the other desk, like he's streaming here and his normal setup is here, so he's reaching for the other mouse to ban somebody on that screen over there, a good 6 feet away. And having done that, in the process of returning our arm to the other desk where the mouse and keyboard are, we remember, oh yeah, I keep saying this bit hurts. I keep saying I've got, sore neck, pinched nerve, shoulders killing me. So I better do this, as I do. But again, there was no flinching. You didn't reach forward and go, fuck, ow. If that caught that then, if the mic caught that, that was something in my leg clicking. But my point is that as he was extending forward, there was no real sign of pain. There was no sign of discomfort. He didn't lean forward and go, ow. There was no flinch either. There was nothing. There was no outward sign of discomfort or pain. There was just the banning of somebody. There was just the important need to lean over and use this mouse over here before then returning to the position that we were in before. While reminding everybody, our shoulder hurts now. Okay, so there's nothing as the round ends, so I'm just going to skip forward to the next bit.
Yeah, faking the neck injury, whatever you say, asshole.
I fucking love to see it. Well done, sir. Well done. Thank you for calling it out. Thank you.
Faking it, yes. Every moment I'm turning, I get shooting pain in my shoulder. Oh, he's faking it.
Yeah, because you're really showing that you're, actually getting that shooting pain. Because, again, Philip, you're inexperienced and you lack of knowledge in this area. People who do have chronic conditions that involve, pain, they can tell you're not feeling pain. You are not getting shooting pain. You are not moving like people who get constant pain do. You're not moving like anybody who's even just momentarily hurt. Anybody that's had an accident where they've dislocated their shoulder or something, or broken a limb, or anything. Any time you've been in pain in your life, you know that it's difficult to stay still. It's difficult to stay in that position for a long time. It's difficult to play a round of deathmatch on Call of Duty with your mouse and keyboard sat like that, or like that. His head is leaning forward a bit as well, isn't it? But yeah, you see my point. There's no real movement
at all. So when he goes, oh, I keep getting shooting pain in my neck and my shoulder, and it's like, you're not flinching, you're not going, oh, fuck, oh, shit. You're just playing a game and then occasionally going like that. Guys, it would really help if, you could support tonight. It's been quiet since I started the gameplay.
For what? Do you think a single person contributed because I said my neck hurts? No one's contributing because my neck fucking hurts, you stupid idiot.
I'll bet you wish they were, though. I'll bet you wish they were. I hope that's a sign that a lot of people are seeing through his pathetic attempts to manipulate the audience for sympathy. But more than likely, what it is it's, it's gameplay, and he just doesn't get that much money during the gameplay bits. It's all in the podcast. So, it's just any other regular stream. But I do not doubt that the shoulder is being emphasized. The pain in the neck is being emphasized in the hopes of pity, in the hopes of sympathy, in the hopes of support.
Why would you say that?
Because you're lying. Because you're lying about it, and people want to call out liars. People that have had experience in this area, Phil, people that have had spinal injuries, know that you're lying. We know that there's enough of a lie around this to get a nearly 10-hour fucking video. And this, which has probably gone over 4 hours now, as a sort of follow-up. So, I love it. I love it. I love seeing it. I love seeing people call him out for stuff like this. It feels very cathartic for me because I went through all that. Not just the making the video, but everything, all the shit I've been through with this. And knowing that there are people out there that also see it and want to call it out as well makes me feel like I'm not alone. It makes me feel like there are other people that are in this position that can see it as well. And I know there are, because there were so many people in the comments of that other video. And I love and appreciate you all for it, because every one of them makes me think I am not alone in this. Other people see this as well. Other people are affected by this. Other people are offended by this. So, thank you. And that's why people are calling it out, Phil. People don't like liars. And people know you're lying.
Inconsiderate thing to say. Seriously, what a dickhead.
You see, this is what happens when you question it, because it's this part of his identity, the back pain, the neck pain, things like that. They are in there somewhere. They're enmeshed in this public persona of Darkside Phil. They are in there, and when you question it, you question him. You question the things that make up him, and he doesn't like that. His ego is not secure enough to be able to deal with that, so he responds like this. And the more toxic, I guess you could say, the more like aggressive and venomous he is about this, then the more likely something has been to be close to the truth. So when someone says you're faking it, and he goes, "What a fucking dickhead, you fucking idiot! What an inconsiderate thing to say, you fuck off," and all this stuff. When he goes like that, you're probably quite close to the truth there, mate. It's probably nowhere near as bad as he thinks it is, or at least saying it is. But it's still like a little niggle here. It's a bit annoying, but it's going. And he's made it this big thing. People are questioning that, so you're questioning him. So when you call stuff out like that, it offends him, it insults him, it hits that ego that is not secure enough to be able to just bat it off. So you get stuff like this, and it feels quite nice to see.
Oh.
See, we've got to emphasize it now. We've got to emphasize it. We've just been on the, how dare you say that this is fake. We've got to be like, oh, yeah, oh, fuck me, Like, and that's how you know. That's how you know he's like, because he's like, right now, that did not occur at any other time. That occurred then, after that comment. So, that timing is a little bit suspect. And it's just sort of broadcasting the deceit again. It's the cough. It's the smoker's cough thing again. I have weak lungs.
And I have very weak lungs.
It's that again. That's how you know he's lying.
See, again, we're going down the shoulder. We're not on the neck. We're not on the neck, and you would feel it there because that's exactly where the disc is, and that's where the nerves are going to be affected. You would feel it like here. You would feel it, you would feel it here. If it was really in your neck, your hand would be like here. And he's not. He's going down his back. It's a muscular thing. Do you know what's here, Phil? Your scapula and fucking muscle. And that's what he's feeling. Fuck me, man. Are we done? I'm not sure if we're done or not. I think there might be another clip. Oh, fuck, there is. There's another clip from this session. Ugh. Fuck me.
It really is like 11 milliseconds, and you're firing the shotgun, and the sound of the shotgun and the hits are coming delayed. Remember, I shot the guy, and then there was nothing, and then he was already dead, and then it said headshot on the screen about a half a second later. Yeah, 11 milliseconds.
A lot of movement there. Again, a lot of movement of the right arm and the shoulder, the affected arm and shoulder, without any sort of outward signs of pain or discomfort. No flinching, no grunting to keep back expressions of pain. There's nothing there.
Yes, my neck is hurting. Right now I have a pain right here.
Yeah, look, we're now tracing down the arm. We are now tracing from the shoulder down the arm. You were waving your arms about. That's why somebody said then, is that, does your neck hurt? Pointing it out right there. Oh, so how's your neck? You know, after that display of mobility from the limbs.
Shooting down into my arm.
Mm-hmm. He says, and then immediately reaches over, presumably once again, to ban somebody. And now that arm is reaching back up. Not the other arm. Shut up, Phil. Not the other arm to come up and be like, oh, don't forget my shoulder's in pain. We're now like here with this arm again. Presumably the shoulder and the pain radiating down the arms. No longer a factor then, literally after saying it. So you'd think he'd be like, oh, I should probably reiterate this. No. Just lean forward. No problems. And ban someone. And then go into a bag. Okay, once again, he goes on about nothing, so I'm just going to cut this bit out.
Well, if you love it, you should support it. Because people say, oh, I love it when you get angry and you rage quit. Then you should support the stream. You really should.
Again, considering that we've got our hand on the shoulder, that was a lot of movement for that hand and that arm and that shoulder. That was quite a range of motion there. No sort of verbal expressions of pain, though, again. Sort of what you're looking for. If someone isn't flinching, you'd expect something. And we're just not getting that with Phil.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, there we go. That took a while. That felt like a good 10 seconds. But thanks for the reminder, Phil. Let's see if he mentions it again.
Stupid neck. Very annoying.
Seemed to shake your head quite well, though. Didn't affect you doing that, considering you couldn't turn to the right.
Mouse and keyboard is way better than gamepad.
Okay, we're not bothered about mouse and keyboard now. You shut up, Phil. We do have to jump forward a couple of days, though. It's now February the 21st, and this is Like a Pirate. Is it Like a Pirate? The Yakuza one.
And Habib, 26 months as a member, says, so Phil, did you get a good sleep? I did, and I'm feeling good. Like I actually told people earlier, my back is starting to feel much better now. Not my back, my neck, where I was having neck pain for like 2 weeks. It's finally recovering, which is excellent.
I mean, yeah, I can understand confusing the two major points of pain that you've got, considering one's in your waist and the other's in your neck. So, although in all fairness, he's probably more conditioned and used to talking about his back because he's obviously been doing it for much longer. So when on like autopilot, he's bringing that up rather than like the neck, which is used less often. So it's not the first in line in his head. The back takes priority because that's been there longer. But just a moment of forgetting that recently you were complaining about the neck. So I can see that little slip. I can let it go.
You know, it may be a little bit Freudian, but ultimately the point here is that who knew that doing the treatment, i.e. going to bed properly and sleeping with the pillow, would help you feel better, Phil? Who could possibly have foreseen that? Apart from, you know, obviously everyone. So, yeah, but congratulations anyway. I'm happy for you. And I think that's it. I think from this point on, he doesn't really complain about it. It's been a few days since then. And that's pretty much it. The whole point of this arc has been, you know, my neck hurts. I bought a pillow for it. Now it doesn't hurt. So, I mean, at least if I were Phil, the lesson I would take from this is that treatments work, so I should probably do them. But obviously that's not going to occur to Phil. The lesson he's likely to take away from this is that I can buy things that solve my problems. So in future, I should just buy more things. And I think that's the mindset we're going to go with going forward. But anyway, those are the most recent mentions of it. So, you know, I think we're done. I think we can move on a little bit here. I can sum this up. I can finish editing it, and then I can get it out and go back to working on that other thing that's not related to DSP. But yeah, thank you for joining me for this little mini arc. It was fun to have a few callbacks here and there, but ultimately we're seeing the same sort of lies. So that should convey to you how truthful this whole thing has been, you know? There may be, as I believe he likes to call it, a nugget of truth in he's got a sore neck here, he's got a, you know, hurt something here somehow. He slept awkwardly and it hurt a bit when he woke up. And from that point on, we bought a pillow. But the point is that little nugget of truth there, that little ooh, gets blown into this thing where it's a major thing. It's shooting down my arm, numbness in the thumb, and we're calling back to the back injury. You know, we're calling back to the significance and severity of that to try and, you know, equate the two. And they're not really comparable unless you want to take as gospel that Phil's back injury was equivalent, in which case it was also small. It was also tiny, and it was also something that was blown into this huge thing by Phil and his lies. So, yeah, take away from this that he's probably lying about hurting his neck. Which, I mean, in fairness, it's DSP, you know. You should go into it with the assumption that what you're going to get is going to be mostly, if not completely, lies. Because at this point, if you're not prepared for the lies, then, you know, just be ready to be overwhelmed by them, I guess.
But the thing is about scoliosis, it's a completely different situation. I don't think it has anything to do with, like, your vertebrae.
So before we wrap this up, there's two supplementary points that I'd like to raise. And the first is that throughout this video, while sort of like saying, hey, Phil said his back is bad from here to here, but here's an example of him doing physical activity, it's mainly been Just Dance. Fuck, I've done it again. It's Dance Central. Fuck's sake, Steve. But Dance Central's been my sort of like main go-to for examples of Phil moving about in a way that he shouldn't at a time when he's telling you his back was like really, really bad, if not at its worst. And it occurred to me that there's a couple of other examples, and it's the green screen test footage that he filmed and Project 7, because these were filmed. Well, Project 7, the trailer was uploaded in 2012, so I'm assuming maybe late 2011, although it looks quite warm where they are, so I don't know if you hear Phil talking about like Connecticut winters are supposed to be quite bad, so it might have been filmed even earlier, but around 2011, 2012, it's, you know, he's moving like that. He's jumping and he's running and he's being up and about with his mates and he's doing stupid things like that. And the green screen footage, again, I think that's around 2012, maybe 2013. And he's doing the same thing. He's moving in a way that you would not be able to move if your back was as badly injured as he wants you to believe his was at that time. So when he does say, my back was injured from the mid to late 2000s all the way to 2014 and then maybe a year or two after that, before he moved, he was capable of moving like this. And it's something that you just wouldn't be able to do if your back was as badly injured as he wants you to believe his was.
No time? Took you 2 damn years to get here and now we're out of time.
John, pull the rope! What'd you get me into here? Shitty writing, shitty actors, shitty catering.
Rambo, what are you doing up there? Pull us out!
What do I pay you for? Oh crap, I gotta go. What are you guys doing? Just go.
And the second point I'd like to raise before we wrap this up is I'd like to briefly mention a condition that I've seen a couple of people mention, but I haven't seen too much talk about it. And it's sort of worth at least acknowledging and addressing and having a quick sort of like look at. It's not going to be like as in-depth as one of the segments in the other video, but it's still sort of like worth bringing up here because we're talking about the neck and the neck pain and this whole arc, and it's sort of interwoven. So it's worth sort of finally mentioning spinal gout. So we all know what gout is and how it works by this point. Uric acid imbalance in the blood, crystals, joints, foot, etc. But left untreated, gout can sort of progress into a form of gout where the crystals don't sort of like coalesce and form in just the joints between bones, the gaps between bones, but also like under the skin. They can form in the layers under the skin, and then they can break off and be moved around the body. And one of the places that they can then coalesce is sort of base of the spine, in like the spaces between the lamina. Those are the spiky bits that stick. Those are the spiky bits that stick out at the end of your vertebrae. You know, why am I doing that? I don't know. Editor Steve, just put up a picture somewhere. They can sort of like catch and collect there. So you know, like around the base of the spine, and again, this can cause a couple of problems. Now, there are a couple of risk factors associated with spinal gout, and not all of them apply to Phil, but some of them do, such as obesity, a diet rich in fructose and other sugars, heavy alcohol consumption, poor kidney function, and, you know, there's a couple of others, but those are mainly the ones that I think would affect Phil. And treatment for it is pretty much the same as you would treat other gout. It's losing weight, it's doing exercise, it's having a better diet, avoiding alcohol and sugars and things. So if it were the case that Phil did have spinal gout, the way you would treat it is as you would treat gout anyway. So it shouldn't be that difficult for him to deal with. But it's estimated to affect up to 35% of people with gout, but it's one of those conditions that's seen as massively undiagnosed because it's relatively rare and there's no real diagnostic criteria for it. Symptoms tend to include back or spinal pain that radiates from the hips outwards into the legs, obviously depending on which way it's going, which side is accumulating and which nerve is being affected. Spinal cord compression, and of course high uric acid levels in the blood. It's possible that he has it, but I don't think so, mainly because it starts at the base of the spine. That's where the crystals tend to accumulate, and he's complaining about his neck and his shoulder, so it would have to have like traveled like quite high up his body and sort of collated around here rather than just sort of like hitting the hip and the spine down here and having all this room to move about between organs, whereas obviously things are quite tightly packed here, your muscles are quite tightly packed here, there's very little like skin to pull at, whereas obviously around your waist there's a bit more room, so they tend to accumulate there more. But the odds are good, I suppose. I mean, 35% is better than a third, so there's a 1 in 3 chance he has it, but I doubt it in this case. So anyway, to wrap things up, that was the neck arc, and as silly as it might seem, I think there are a few important points that we can pull from it, and the first and most important one is definitely the sissy rant.
So I don't need to run to the fucking doctor every time that I accidentally pinch the nerve in my neck. But maybe you do because you're a sissy, and you think that some doctor is magically going to cure every problem you have, and you think that you have the crazy health solution to every problem. You don't. You're an idiot. If you sit on someone's stream and you're trying to be an armchair doctor, you're a moron.
Now, that word carries certain connotations, and from its use, we can infer a couple of things about Phil and his attitudes towards masculinity, such as how he conceives of it and what qualities he perceives to be masculine. And it's clear that he perceives toughing it out as a very masculine thing to do. But
This isn't something like, you know, having the flu, or, you know, just sort of like feeling run down and having to get up, or, you know, like not sleeping well all night and then having to get up and go to work and all this stuff. It's not something like, you know, you might expect somebody to tough through. This is quite a serious injury, and most men would like expect you to get medical treatment for it. If you broke your leg, you wouldn't be expected to tough it out. You would be expected to go to the hospital. And I don't think there are many men out there who would disagree. So it's a bit interesting that he picked that word to describe this situation. But the main thing that sticks out to me here is that I can understand why Phil might want to attack the advice, go to the doctor, from his perspective, because obviously he needs to do things like reaffirm that his way of doing things was correct, i.e. doing nothing cured my back, and to denigrate the person offering advice, to make it seem unrealistic or unreasonable or insurmountable in some way. You know, it's a massive hassle. He has to open an app and then book an appointment and then speak to someone, all that stuff. You know, so from his perspective, I can see why you would do that. It's how he deals with advice and suggestions that he doesn't want to do anyway. So that's completely normal. But bringing in the sort of gender connotations and sort of like the ideas of masculinity and femininity from the word sissy is unusual. And it suggests to me that not only is the ego so insecure that it needs to attack doctors, but it's also a masculinity that's so fragile that it's threatened by the advice. Why don't you go to the doctors about this medical issue that you're having? Now, obviously, there's another aspect to all this, which is how fucking wrong he is about it. Because why wouldn't you seek medical treatment for an issue like this? Why wouldn't you go to the doctors and say, hey, I'm having this issue? Like, I get, again, disclaimer, the whole American having to pay thing. But again, Phil is not in that situation. Phil is not a poor man. He has bad financial skills and poor impulse control, but he receives enough money. He's got insurance. He's clearly been to the doctors for other things, such as his ear infection. So why wouldn't you treat this if it was as serious as he wants you to think it is? And of all people, don't take health advice from DSP. Why would you believe him? Why would you listen to him? If you're there at home thinking, I've actually got a similar thing in my neck, but Phil says if I go to the doctor about it, I'm a sissy and I should just tough it out. So yeah, I'll just tough it out. Don't do that. Don't fucking listen to Phil. Don't listen to DSP for health advice. This is a man who thought he could cure his back by moving to the other side of the country 7 fucking years, or 8 fucking years, or 9 fucking years after his back was injured, and he thought that he could build up muscle by doing less physical activity. Now, obviously, most people are going to be like, well, why would you take healthcare advice from Darkside Phil anyway? But there's an argument to be made that if you are the sort of person who might be assigned a number between 219 and 221, that you might be impressionable enough to listen to Phil about things. And, you know, assumption on my part, but given the sort of people that tend to be Phil's fans, they might not have anyone else to talk to about these things, because the whole point of being a Phil fan, the whole reason why you end up being a Phil fan, is you've got no one else. You don't know better because there isn't better. Anybody else who has better goes and does that instead. They go and spend time with their friends or family, or they find other streamers that don't make them feel like shit for not giving them their money. So the lack of like access to other sort of sources of info and advice around medical stuff could potentially be harmful to those people. Although, again, assumption on my part, but maybe those sorts of people have a bit more experience with the healthcare system because they may have some sort of condition that leads to them requiring doctors and hospital trips and, you know, medical treatment and you know, medication and things like that. They may have a bit more experience in this area than DSP, so they would at least be able to recognize that, well, no, that's not right, that's not how it works, that's not my experience. But I still feel how wrong he is about medical issues should be called out, because this isn't like knowing when a limited edition burger is going to be released, or when a game's release date is, or what genre it is, or anything like that. This is medical advice. This is like health stuff. This is stuff that could like actually be harmful to someone. Granted, the statistical probability of it being harmful to someone because they took Phil's advice seriously is incredibly minimal, but it's still not zero. So I feel like stuff like this should be called out a bit more than, you know, getting something wrong about a game. Because this is an area where Phil isn't qualified to give an opinion. He doesn't know enough to be able to give an opinion, but he will do so regardless. He doesn't care about information being correct. He doesn't care about his advice being like proper. He doesn't give a fuck about what's right or wrong. What he wants to do is justify his decisions to make him feel like he was right, because people are saying go to a doctor and he didn't. So he needs to reaffirm his decision to himself rather than consider it properly and talk about it appropriately with his audience. Now, I wanted to bring up this clip from Ask the King 81 Part 2 at this point because it's sort of been weighing on my mind a bit as I've been editing this. I used it in the back video, but I didn't talk about this part of it. It was for something else. But I want to bring it up now because it's a very interesting example of this same thing, but in a much less toxic way.
But overall, my back has gotten a lot better, so I've never had to use the yoga. And my back has really, at this point, pretty much almost zero problems anymore, which is great. I'm lucky because most people who have back problems like I had, they don't recover from them. They end up having residual pain and problems for the rest of their life. I am the insanely lucky case where that wasn't the case and I recovered from it, which is really awesome.
So obviously Phil is completely wrong about this, and the majority of people who have back injuries do actually go on to recover from them. However, Phil is trying to make himself out to be exceptional and knowledgeable and wise and knows better than the doctors in this case, and you can't do that if you are a regular patient who recovered as expected, like the majority of people would have been. And so statistically, Phil is likely to have been one of those people. But the whole point of this is to make Phil seem better than the doctors and better than people who actually did do medical treatment, and to reaffirm his belief that his course of action, his choice, his decision to not go down the medical path was the right one. So we throw out truth, we throw out evidence, we throw out reality to make me seem like the exceptional one, the insanely lucky case. Well, not me, Phil, obviously, but I'm not exceptionally lucky. I'm the fucking opposite. I am the statistically unlikely one. And that's what's been happening here with the neck arc. The reality of going to the doctor to treat a medical condition is a very normal and, you know, very fucking sensible thing to do, has to be attacked because Phil disagrees with it. He doesn't want to do it. He has repeatedly avoided doing it. And so anyone that suggests that also has to be attacked, because not only are you attacking like the idea of it, you are attacking the ego of the man who spent the last 20 years betting on the I'll just do nothing and wait and see if it clears up itself horse. So any attack on that idea or any proposal that an alternative is better is an attack on Phil. You're attacking Phil's decisions, and by extension, you're attacking Phil. So he has to lash out like that. But not only that, you're also effectively questioning his claims about being in pain and how much pain he's in and for how long and how he's enduring it and all that stuff. The level of vitriol and toxicity and even the use of the word sissy suggests an ego that's very insecure, an insecurity that's far disproportionate to the subject matter, which leads me to believe that Phil has put a lot of emphasis on being seen to tough it out. Maybe it makes him feel more masculine, or maybe this is a thing he perceives as masculine, so he thinks other people will recognize his masculinity. Maybe it fulfills the martyr complex. Oh, you've endured this for so long. Maybe he thinks people will pity him. Oh, you poor thing, you've been in pain for so long. Let me offer you help and aid and resources and stuff like that. I don't really know, but it seems to me like he's done this for a very long time, given the vitriol in the response. I'm not entirely sure where it comes from, but I think you might be able to trace it back to when he first hurt his back, all the way back in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010. Pick your fucking year, Phil.
and how people spoke to him at that time, because obviously this is when his back's first been injured, so it's at its worst, and people are hearing it for the first time, and obviously they're going to be his family and friends, because at this time he's still socializing and he's with them, so he's going to be getting a lot of positive emotions from people. He's going to be getting like a lot of sympathy, a lot of empathy, a lot of, you know, offers of support. There's going to be people going, oh, that's really horrible for you, we respect that. There's acknowledgement in there, we acknowledge that you're going through this thing, and, you know, maybe a bit of reverence or awe or respect for having to endure it and tough it out. You know, he's getting all these positive things at the time, and so he becomes accustomed to having that and then expecting it as time goes on. So when he's instead getting criticism and cynicism and disbelief and questioning, you were denying him the positive adulation that he feels entitled to. So if you do that, you can get fucked. Now, I'm speculating at this point, so I should probably wrap this up, but I just wanted to say, as somebody who does deal with pain daily and has to see a lot of doctors and specialists about nerve pain, that this has been quite a difficult one for me, because as I've been going through like filming and editing this, I've also been going through treatments for nerve pain and back pain and recovery. And to see Phil sort of going, I'm just going to do nothing, you know, and if you go down the medical route, if you see doctors and specialists, you're a fucking sissy. It's frankly insulting, and I think it has, I don't want to say triggered, but it definitely got to me at points. And more so than the back video, because the back video I sort of planned out, you know, I had my segments and I did the work and I analysed clips and all that stuff, whereas this was just reacting to them. So it was a bit more, I don't want to say emotional, but it definitely annoyed me, probably more than it should have done, because it's just clear throughout all of this that Phil is completely wrong about it. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he couldn't use a fucking pillow for a fucking week. Oh, and I do have one humble request for anybody that's, you know, LARPing in Phil's chat anytime this sort of thing comes up, or if you have the opportunity and you feel like throwing this grenade out there. Could you ask Phil if he's ever had neuralgia? Because I think he'd say no, which would be fucking hilarious. I need that clip. I really do. I need that clip to pay my bills. I have a couple of quick shout outs. I'd like to shout out Poems, King Jad, Meow Blocks, and everybody else who replied on Twitter when I asked if there's any other times when Phil had mentioned his neck. I'd also like to thank Meaningful Content for the footage of Phil doing the Phil thing that I used earlier. And I'd like to thank Fantastic Mr. Sam for giving me the Project 7 footage that I couldn't find. So cheers for that, everybody. This video wouldn't have been possible without you. So if you think it's been shit, blame them. Okay, do you know what? I did it at the end of the back video, and this feels like a sort of follow-up, so doing it again. Shout out to Otter. These are Wensleydale and Cranberry Wallace and Gromit Limited Edition crisps. Not bad. They're very smooth, but I can't really taste the cranberry. I can taste the cheese. The cheese is very nice. It's not strong or sharp like mature cheddar, but it's very smooth and creamy. Someone's going to use that as a clip now, aren't they?